slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Thursday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. Good morning, chat. Good morning. No luck, pure skill. TD Trade. Good morning, Mike G, Amir, Denny Jones, number 2 in our chat. Good morning, Magnus, Abhishek. Good morning, everyone. Let's welcome Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good
How y'all doing?
morning. Good morning. How are you guys both doing this morning?
Doing good. I don't know. Has this week felt extra long? Maybe it's because the market's being so slow. But yeah, still here, still doing it.
Yeah.
Yes. It feels
100%.
like it should be Friday, but it's Thursday.
Yeah,
Nick,
I agree.
Nick-
I feel like I feel like this week's been a drag. I think maybe because last week was a holiday week and everyone was just kind of like away from the markets really after like Wednesday. No one really cared anymore until like now you come into like a full week this week and it's just like feels like a drag. And price action hasn't been as great, especially on indices. So it feels yeah, I agree with Barbie for sure.
and you're feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, awesome. Well, who wants to go first today?
I'll do it.
I'm always waiting to see if Nick is into it or not.
Thank you, Nick.
So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the indices charts, mainly due to, you can tell by the daily that we're consolidating. If I were to drop down to the hourly, which I will here, still inside of a range. Thought we were going to have a breakout here yesterday, and then we just completely reversed back into the range. So I really don't know what to do here. I mean, if anything, I'd probably just mark off where the previous day high indicator I have and previous day low and just wait for something to happen there. Even the 4-hour chart.
Maybe if we poke it with a stick.
Literally, it just I don't see much in here. If you know, so therefore I'm not going to trade it. Going on to gold here, kind of in the same scenario, right? We got to close below this bullish gap on the daily, but now looks like we're going higher from there. So neither bearish or bullish levels are being respected. So that means, you know, this is consolidating too, an example of trapped order flow. But if I were to pick something or to happen today, let me just switch to layout real quick. I probably lean bullish, these relative equal highs up here to me. But I know a lot of people will be like, oh, well, we have SMT right here. When prices in consolidating markets, at least for on the hourly chart, I don't really look at SMT or divergences too much because like there's just so many candles merged in like one little area. So like that could easily just be something that's there, right? Whereas like in trending markets, last week we had SMT here at this low before this big move up on Wednesday. That is an example of like a high probability SMT. Whereas like this, I don't really know. But if I were to plan a trade this morning, oh man.
You don't have to force it, right? We don't have to force
Right,
it.
100%. I'd probably be watching, oh man, probably this hourly low right here on NASDAQ. See if we come down. I wouldn't want to see us go below midnight, below the opening price. I'd like to see us come down here, create an SMT inside of a gap, and then go higher up to here. I don't really, I'm like 50-50. I don't know it could just dump from here and this SMT could be validated. But I thought by today at 8:30 with the news that we would clear out in terms of, you know, get some speed in the markets, but we haven't gotten that yet. And I think it's mainly due to, it's coming off a holiday week, CPI's next week, and I think CPI's on Tuesday next week. So only got really 2 more days until that news event happens. So that's really all I'm watching. Not really watching anything at all. Mainly just gonna be tape reading today. If something does pop up, I will piques my interest. I will definitely hop on here and say. But at the moment, I don't see much. I think that's the mistake most people make. They try to. The more you look, the more they look. It's easier for them to find something, but it's not really how it's supposed to be. It should be pop on the charts, be like, oh, that is what I'm used to seeing. My eyes programmed to that, and then you plan that trade and you trade that plan. You don't just go in here and just look for stuff. Like my uncertainty in my how I'm viewing these markets is the answer I need to stick with for today. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. EU and GU are kind of, I don't know what they're doing either. So, and dollar. So yeah, that's about it for me.
Thanks, Nick.
Maybe you guys got something more entertaining than me. Everyone's probably like, oh, there's no trades today.
No, I know it's the market.
Well, I know,
just
like
consolidating. It seems like
we feel pressured. I mean, we feel pressured coming on here to like present something every day, but
Right.
you guys can relate to that too at wherever you are, because you're coming to the charts every day and trying to find something. So we're talking about it, but it's the same exercise that all traders are going to, where you come to the charts every morning and try to find something. Sometimes like it's just not clear pre-market, and then it opens up, and sometimes it just stays like that. And we've talked about this before. Hopefully you can kind of drive this point home, that when you don't see something and you still feel like you need to take a trade, that's what forcing a trade is. Literally, it's not saying, well, I can only take 3 trades per day ever, because the different days have different opportunities that they bring. So it's not about how many trades you take every day and all that sort of thing that leads to over trading. It's forcing things when the conditions aren't giving you what you're looking for. So if I can talk about what I'm seeing a little bit too, we do have a pretty slow. This is what I mean. We've been talking about this before, but the news. This was the news for the week, and it's already passed. I mean, there is that overwhelming kind of thing of, are we going to have some tariffs, tariff news, but the market's gotten to the point where it's really good at shrugging that kind of thing off. We do have a lot more next week, so it could be that the market's kind of waiting to see what happens there. But what kind of stands out to me and the way I'm kind of looking at things, I drew this box just actually while Nick was talking, but this is the range that we're staying in. And as long as we're inside of this kind of daily box, and this is really the price action we put in last Thursday and Friday. We didn't have Friday, Monday, Thursday and Monday. We've really just stayed inside of the price action from those 2 days. And this is kind of this boring, choppy zone. So until we get out of it, yeah, we can find these little things intraday, but it's not going to be those big setups like we had last Wednesday, where we actually broke out of an area and into something new. But that doesn't mean we can't find something. I'll show you kind of, I don't know why this is still on here. I need to get rid of that guy. But I'll show you kind of distracted trying to delete this. The way I look at it is right now, so we were in this kind of lower range. Now we're in this upper range. This is the range I was talking about yesterday. I think it was yesterday, 62.85 up to about 6,300. But now we're just like glued to that 6,300 and this new range up to 63.15. So yeah, we cleared out of that range and we're kind of in a new one. But since we're kind of in this range, I do think it's decently likely that we could test the all-time highs today. We aren't that far. I mean, for off of these highs from overnight, around 311 on the ES. I mean, that's 20 ES points away. So that's one decent move away to get to all-time highs. I still think that could look really choppy, but once we get to all-time highs, sometimes it triggers a short squeeze. Price does kind of get kind of funny as we're checking orders kind of above and below that level. But I think a test of all-time highs is decently likely today. The tricky part is, do we open and kind of go straight there and then fall back off? Or do we test lower first and then go make that move? So it's kind of two versions of the same move. The one that I would consider, I don't know, they're both kind of choppy. But I guess the one that might be more bullish is if we come down and get that retracement early. I think then we're more likely to be able to push higher and hang around up here, as opposed to if we immediately in the early part of the morning session go and test that all-time high. I think we're likely to kind of fall down back off of it throughout the day. But yeah, I agree. We're kind of seeing some choppy stuff this morning, not real clear on direction or anything. So that makes it hard to find the actual positions. It's going to make me more cautious. I'm not seeing anything I'm excited to jump into right now. It could be if we get this move back lower, I want to buy this to see if we get that test back higher. But I don't know. We'll just have to see. That's what I get asked a lot, what my daily goal is and how many points I want to get out of the average day. And this is why I just can't say that every single day I have to get the same thing, because this looks hard to me right now. And unless it kind of clears up.
Times 252.
Yeah. I mean, I've done that math, but you have to like spread it out over averages and kind of think about it that way. Otherwise, we're doing something like the systematic trade. And I know the orb trade drives some of y'all crazy because you either take it or you don't. And you might be having a long bias and end up in a short orb trade. But either you're a systematic trader and you take things every single time, or you wait for the really good setups and put more into them. I kind of like doing a little bit of both, but we don't have that day today where we have a really good kind of clean setup. But the way I look at it, again, there's no progress being made in the market inside of this box. We can make progress for the bears if we get below it, and we can make progress for the bears or bulls if we get above it. But in the meantime, there's no progress in here. The market's not making any decision as long as we stay in here, and that makes trading harder than usual. But we can still find some stuff, so I'm going to look.
Thank you, Barbie. Nick, Haynes asked, can you look at oil? And in chat,
I was just looking at. I'll look at it for sure.
Lots overnight on oil, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna lean bearish on it for sure. We do have this gap in here that we're reacting away from. We did kind of consolidate in here a little bit, but this could be the move lower, and that may be why he's pointing it out. You look at the 1 hour. Sorry. Kind of be looking to get short right around, like if we get a retest around in here, target down to these relative equal lows right here. I think 65.40 or 65.30. And that could be something you could watch. I think that is, now that you said it, that's probably the best looking thing I've seen today, to be honest with you. I think this looks pretty clean. We're reacting from a bearish level, and not both sides are getting, kind of disrespected. It's kind of one side is managing everything, right? It's the leader in the clubhouse. So probably go short somewhere around in here, right about there. The only problem is I don't know if we're gonna get that retest. This is the hourly candle, and we're only 15 minutes in. So it could be an expansion, or it could be like an open low and then high close, which is not what you want. You'd want to close below here with a retest. But yeah, no, it's a pretty solid chart to be honest. It hasn't been the past couple of days, but it's finally looks like it's starting to move. So I like that a lot. There was one more thing I was going to recap here. That gold trade I pointed out yesterday that could have taken close above here. I don't know if anyone took it. Close above here right at 10 o'clock. You could buy the opening at 11 o'clock if it retested. And now it looks like it's grinding higher up to this high and this high. The only problem with it, you're not really framing the daily off of it. It's mainly just a 1 hour trade, one time frame, which is not something I like to do. But I'm just trying to point setups out to you guys that you could take. It wasn't like this one here that I took on Monday, I believe, or Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, this one right here on Monday that was very clean inside of this daily for value gap to the upside. This was after it already went lower, and now it's moving back higher. So this is a just a one time frame play, but and it ended up, definitely, I think hitting, 2R, which would have been my target. Yeah. So you'd be in profit here if you even if you swung it throughout the day yesterday. So, these are just mainly today is just me trying to like find stuff for you guys more as like letting it come to me. And you can kind of hear it in my voice at times too. Like when I see a good setup, like I'm not really talking a whole lot. I'm like marking up the charts and then just kind of letting it play out.
Nick, I need a setup right now. We must always be in a trade.
Well, no, it's luckily that you have a Discord, I have a Discord. So I've been used to this for 2 years in terms of people like we even have memes in our Discord. It's like people are like, no trade, sir. And it's just like question mark, and then we'll send a picture of how bad price action is.
Yeah, whenever I'm on my own stream too, it's like the second somebody comes in, you're not in a trade, is like, you just got here. Well, you don't even know what's going on. Chill.
Yeah, I know, especially when you can see they just joined because they had like the new little logo, like the green logo next to their name. So it's just like, bro, like,
where's our trade?
If you want to trade every day, yeah, if you want to trade every day, I can send you just people who trade every single day. But
I need it.
So, but yeah, no, if hopefully we get something, if something pops up, maybe we just need the market open in 12 minutes and it'll be a lot more clear. But as of right now, I don't see much. And that's mainly why I don't trade till at least past 9:30 or past news on if it's 9:45 news or 10 o'clock news. Just kind of let the market.
That does happen sometimes. Like, yeah, once the market opens, it'll move right to a level and do something real juicy. And you're like, that's it. That's what I was waiting for.
Right. And it just like, it's like muscle memory, just kind of like the setup and the trade and the execution just sort of happens, right? Like you're so used to taking that trade.
Yeah. Q, excuse me, Q said he doesn't have a bias, doesn't know. And it sounds like it's okay to sit on your hands, right? No problem.
You don't always need to have a bias. I mean, the bias can get you in a lot of trouble. So that's another thing everyone always asks more. What's your bias? Give me your bias on the day. And that's why I have scenarios, because we don't totally know what the market's going to bring us, but we have points in the market where we can decide that the market is leaning one way or the other. But the market may not be there yet, so we have to wait.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do, right? Like especially with the word, like I made a video about this, daily bias. Do you think you have to have a bias daily? And you don't. Like I'll have the same bias. Really, I've had the same bias on indices for the past 2 or 3 months. You know what I mean? Ever since we came up into here and inversed a couple of bearish gaps on the daily, I'm like, okay, we're going back to all-time highs. I even tweeted it. I was at the bottom is in April 9th. And I retweeted right when that's literally why I have this level here that says retweet.
Is this yours? Sorry, did you drop this?
Yeah, I did. So I have this right here that says, when we hit back all-time highs, retweet that tweet. And but yeah, I've been bullish. I've been like every week for the past couple of months, I've been bullish going into the week on indices. Or the worst case scenario, I don't know. I'll need more information as the week goes on.
Well, plus you can get really nuanced. Like, are you bullish for the next 15 minutes or are you bullish for the next 15 months? Like, it's a very different.
That's true, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you and me were talking about Monday. We were bearish at first. We wanted to see us go lower. And then
sometimes I just want it. I still want that. I mean, if we get a really nice down move right now, I'm not going to freak out. I'm going to see that as a bull market pullback and take advantage of it. But we didn't get it. I wanted it.
100%. So I think that's important too. You don't need to always know where the market's going to go. That trying to figure that out will get you in trouble, like you said.
So Denny Jones said, I can't wait to see you guys hit 100,000 subscribers. Everyone smash that subscribe button and smash that like button to help us get to 100K subscribers. And this month's promo is 50% off your first account using code YouTube, any account using code YouTube. And then after that, it is 15% off all accounts. And we do have someone to celebrate this morning already. Ice in chat passed his 50K Starter Plus account, trading gold. Congratulations, Ice. Everyone, hit the confetti button for Ice. Let us know in chat if you recently passed an eval and or you got a payout.
I saw someone, I'm going to wrap back to what we were talking about. They were talking about that the bias keeps them out of trouble. And I can see what you're talking about too. That's why I can see why the language can get kind of tricky here sometimes, because we can be looking for longs because the market's looking really bullish that day and we're only looking for longs, not looking for shorts and that kind of thing. But I guess my point was you don't have to come into the market with that bias before the market opens and hold true to that. You can wait for it to develop. And it's not always clear. So, but yeah, stonks always go up, right?
Stonks. Oh, Garth also. Garth, Pat's an eval today. Oh no, Pat's an eval to live today. Wow, congratulations. Awesome. Still, Yo Jim Blob said, still working on passing my funded futures eval. Getting close. You got this. Do you guys have advice for Joe Jim Blob on when you're really close to passing an eval?
I've always, well, at least especially when I was first starting prop trading, I was always saying that last $200 was the hardest because it feels like you should just be able to take any old trade and it is just $200. But that's how you turn just needing just $200 into just needing $500 again, something like that. So you don't change your plan. Whatever plan that you were using to get there, you don't change from that. You still take those trades and you still wait for that, even if you don't get it today. And even if that's frustrating, like you don't change the plan.
Yeah, I've lost an account before where it was just very little that I needed. And then it's like, oh no, the trade will go against you. And then that, because I was so close emotionally, set me on tilt. Like I was like, oh, I'm so close. Let me put on another trade. And then that trade went against me. And I was like, oh man. So definitely don't do that. But Yo Jim Blob, I know you got this. And yeah, exactly what Barbie is saying. All right, we have about 6 minutes until the market is going to open.
Yeah, everyone on my Discord is, some very good traders in here. Like they're like, this indices chart, indices in gold making my head spin this week. So it's just kind of yeah, and I actually kind of see conflicting ideas too. Like some are saying long, some are saying short. Whereas like usually our best setups are like when everyone's all on the same side. You know what I mean? And yeah, that right there can just be like the answer for the day.
Should we set the first bounty, you guys?
Oh yeah, let's run it.
Okay. What are you guys thinking for the first bounty? Chat, let us know what your thoughts are. What did we set yesterday's at? Was it 7?
1.3 and 1.3?
1.3 million? Nick?
No, it was like 1,300 and 1,300.
Oh, that's right. I'm seeing 650, 750.
Well, I remember before we even set the bounty, we were already at 1,000. So people were like, that's too high. I'm like, well, it's only 300 more.
Yes, exactly. Mr. Smith says 1, 2, 3, 4. Do not set your passwords for your debit cards as 1, 2, 3, 4. Or any of your passwords as that. I'm seeing 7 DH acquisition says 777. 650. I'm seeing a lot of 650s. 800. Mr. Nazar, almost 1 trillion. Okay, Denny Jones says lucky numbers. That is 777. Magnus also says 777. All right, let's set it 777. It sounds very lucky. First bounty of the day, we will set at 777 for the likes and the views. We got this, guys. Everyone, share the stream on all of your socials and smash that like button.
Yeah, let me share mine real quick.
Mustafa said, we want a big, huge, beautiful number. Yes, I think 777 does it. Market is going to open in less than 3 minutes, and NASDAQ is about 16 points, 15 points in the green. ES is about -2 points in the red. Anything can happen. So we had the initial, was it the jobless claims number this morning at 8:30 Eastern time? And I think it was better than expected, that number, but not by
Yeah,
much.
they came in lower. They were expecting 240. They got 230 something. Let's see, 233. So that means that fewer people filed for unemployment than expected.
Yes.
So,
which is a good thing for our economy, less than for people to file less of those numbers. But it seems pretty muted. Yeah, we're just kind of, people seem tired. Maybe it's the summer. People, the buyers, the sellers are like, going to the pool today. It is July. Barbie, I know you mentioned on a different show that July's, historically, that month is usually bullish.
yeah, I don't have the statistic in front of me. Everyone was sharing it, I think, over the last weekend. I think it was the last 15 have been slightly bullish. I mean, I do have the Trader's Almanac. I try to not get hung up on that kind of thing, but just kind of know about it. But we've got that. We've got Trump as president, and you don't have to like him to understand that the chart goes up. I keep pointing that out to people because people say, but I don't like Trump, so the market should go down. That's not the way that works. And then, but at the same time, the summer months do tend to be slower. And when we have lower volume, it tends to put the market in one of two modes, and that's usually chop or drifting according to the current trend, which is up. So that's what we're getting. It can make actual entries, day trading, a little bit trickier because we get bigger wicks and smaller moves relative to each other. So summer trading is a little bit different, and I get it too. Like that, I was complaining this morning in the Discord. It seems like the days are longer. The days are longer, but it seems like there's less time and we're getting less done. And I know why. It's like distracted by sunshine nonstop. At least I am. So I get that, but I think there's a lot of that going on. You have to remember that there's the big participants in the market. Wait. Ding, 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 ding.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is open. Let's go.
The big participants in the market are busy too. So they might be traveling with kids and family and doing things too. But yeah. Here we go. We are off.
We are off. So quick, while we're waiting to see what the market decides to, it's pushing. Market is pushing. NASDAQ is about 30 points in the green. It is pushing higher. Let's go.
I like this. If you share the stream on your social media and tag MyFundedFutures, we got something special. It looks like.
Yeah, so MyFundedFutures just dropped in chat. We will be giving away 5 100K Starter Plus accounts. All you have to do is share the stream on social media, tag us at MyFundedFutures and at MyFundedTV. So make sure you tag both of those. And MyFundedFutures will be watching your Instagram, your Twitter, and your Facebook. So make sure you do that for a chance to win a free 100K Starter Plus account.
Doing 10 of them, huh? He's already doubled it. Went from 5 to 10 in like 2 seconds. I want an account. Give me an account. Everybody go get an account. Accounts for everybody. You get an account. You get an account. Everybody gets an account.
I love it. Okay. The first candle is pushing red in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at ES. ES is at about unchanged from yesterday's close. It's wanting to push red too. Price discovery, first 5 minutes.
All righty. Yeah, VIX isn't really doing anything. The dollar is moving up, but we don't have good correlation with the dollar right now. That's a little bit more complicated these days than it was a couple of years ago. But the VIX is hanging around 16 again still. So that means that we're probably not going to have the big violent moves that we love. Let's face it. But See if we can
16.
get something.
Yeah.
Because,
Have
and
you-
the other thing, like I do all my analysis on ES, so I have my levels. Somebody was asking me about this. I think we're on my stream, but I can answer it here too. So the other reason that I'm really, really waiting to hold in situations like this is we're between levels, and between levels, everything's less reliable. But if I wait and am patient for a level, that's a lot more likely to pay out for me. So that's another reason that I can sit here and stay real calm and cool when we're just, bouncing around in the middle of nowhere is the way I look at it.
Thanks, Barbie. So MyFundedFutures said, I'll pick 5 from Twitter and 5 from Instagram. So everyone go and share the stream on social media and tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. And you could possibly win a 100K Starter Plus account. I love that it's 100K and not 50K because like more bucks to play with. Thank you, MyFundedFutures.
Yeah,
How
shared
are we
on
doing?
X, also known as Twitter, but I have a question about that. So he's
Yeah.
creating a new political party and it's not called Party X. Like, don't we need like some X-Men stuff? Get President Camacho going up in here. So Elon's got an opportunity and he's not calling it the X Party.
Oh gosh, I can't keep up. First candle continues to push red.
Mm-hmm.
The SMT at the highs is holding, by the way. I want to see how we close at least in the first 5 to 10 minutes before making before trying to like look for a trade. But I was watching this as a point of interest for price to come lower to and then move away from. Depending on how we close in the next 25 minutes, we could get below here, being like devil's advocate for this bullish level, but and seek these Asia lows down here. So like I say, first 15 minutes, let it breathe a little bit. But the fact that we pushed up right here and made a wick and create another SMT on the lower time frames makes me think that we want to go lower today. And that this bullish level could be, price could just go right through it. But I'll be watching.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. I think I might take the orb trade on the sell side if we break the first 5-minute candle on the sell side. Going to hop in with 3 micros on that. Oh yeah, isn't this fun? I changed the colors of the candles. Something different. So on Tradeovate, if you double click on the candle, then you can change the color. Let's see if I get tagged in. So the low of this first 5-minute candle is 23,022. And my stop order is at 23.21. This first candle is pretty big, considering the VIX is at 16.
You like the candles big, Terry?
I do. I do for this trade. It's yeah, I guess the trade. The big candles kind of tell me that it's very decisive. But like sometimes Ashley says LOL. But sometimes like we'll see really big candles and then we'll see a big retracement. So it can be tricky as far as like trading big candles. Here we go.
I like big candles.
You like big candles, Barbie?
Cannot lie.
I love that song. We should make a parody of that song. That would be so funny, using AI to help us. Yes, Abhishek, new color on these candles, new suits. Drake candles. Oh, someone did ask a little bit ago if they can pass the Starter Plus account in one day. And the Starter Plus accounts for the evals, it's a minimum of a 50% consistent, or I guess, max, min, 50% consistency rule. And so the quickest you could potentially pass that is in 2 days. But that's on the eval side. On the funded side, there are no consistency rules, which is part of why I love the Starter Plus accounts. You don't have to, like, you can have a huge day, you know, have a $2,000 plus day in the sim funded, and then the next day you can just have like $100 and just keep having $100 days, and all you need is 5 total $100 plus days on the 50K account, the 50K Starter Plus account, and then you can request a payout, and you can request the payout into the buffer. So potentially you can get paid in the first 5 days of being sim funded. Oh, okay. Gustavo asked, why don't you short right now to get a better entry? I could, but I'm just doing this based on the 5-minute orb strategy. So I could. In the past, I probably would have just jumped in early, but I'm just going to wait and be a good girl and see what happens. Is a bounty hit? Good question. So we did pass it on the likes. Good job, guys. So we just got to get those views up. So everyone go share the stream on all of your socials. Make sure you tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV for a chance to win a 100K account. MyFundedFutures will be picking those. Yeah, so we wait. What is ES doing? ES is looking about the same. Not doing much.
ES has been married to 6,300 for a while. It goes away, and then it'll go to the market and pick up some milk and sugar, and then it comes back home, and then they're gonna go out for dinner, and then it comes back home. Married to 6,300.
Q says we wait. Q, you're number 1 in the chat. That's awesome. I was wondering who was number 1. I saw Denny Jones is number 2, and who's number 3? Keith, let's go. All right, we are waiting. Am I tagged in yet? Oops, not yet. So NASDAQ is about 14, 15 points in the red. We just wait.
I kind of lean bearish, honestly. Maybe a retest of 23,041, but 23,040 on NQ. This is kind of something to watch. We have, let me see if my screen's on. This could be something you could potentially take. We got SMT here in the lower time frames, and we also have SMT from Asia high. I'll show you guys that. So ES has not ran this high. My only concern, though, is you got all of these highs up here on ES that price could just like go towards. But given how the hourly candle is like looking right now with 20 minutes left, this looks bearish to me. Like I wouldn't even want it to. I wouldn't even want it to come back and, you know, go higher from here. I'd rather go lower and then go higher the rest of the day or tomorrow, based on how this hourly is kind of set to close, at least to me. So I'm leaning bearish right now. Leaning bearish. So there's your retest right there. And if you wanted to, you could look to target these Asia lows down here. This is just me trying to find something, but that I do find that this 930 move right at 930, that was kind of interesting to me, that we ran a higher, made a wick, and then came lower, created another SMT. So we were talking about that before the market opened, and maybe we just need the market open to show us something, and this is kind of what's showing me. So I hope it goes lower. Doesn't mean I'm bearish. I just want it to go lower to then go higher. You know, it makes it easier for me to buy. So
yeah, if we get to 62.85 ES, I'm hitting the buy button.
62.85.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get that low, but that's buy all day long.
Yeah,
that level has made me so much money this week, so that's my level.
Yeah, 62.85 looks pretty good for me too. Like if price gets down there, I would not anticipate it going lower than that.
Yeah.
62.85.
I've been talking about that one all week. And yeah, we've been buying the crap out of that one. Yesterday, I guess we're buying the crap out of that one. Or I was. I think that might have been the sell target on the puts yesterday too.
All right, we're about 80 viewers away. Or no, it just dropped. The reset code.
Go look at it. Go look at
53.
it. Gotta make them look at it.
You guys, 53 free resets. Use code BELL53. Let's see if you got it.
It's supposed
Let
to be
us know.
unexpected.
Renee got it. Bam. CJ got it.
That's how we know y'all are paying attention. It's supposed to be a sneaky code.
Yeah. RC
You work for
Trades
it.
got it. Amir got it. Congratulations, you guys. Ethan says, get him. Jenny Jones got it. Awesome job, guys. That
It's
was
gone.
fast.
It's gone.
Yep. They are gone. Alicia, you got it. Let's see. Market is still just hanging out. Hanging
So
out around VWAP.
yeah, it's not
Oh,
doing much.
yeah.
And we don't have good confluence. So this is like hands off for me when we've got the ES and the NASDAQ. You can see it on this chart, not doing the same thing. So ES has this nice little shape where it's made a lower low and made a nice little, higher low. And then a nice little move up, but it's not really done anything. NASDAQ was rather dramatic. It put in that big candle. We liked the big candle. ES did not put in the big candle. No big candle over there. So mixed conditions to me just always says lower likelihood of success. So do you want to risk on lower likelihood? I like playing the probabilities games, so don't love it. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, if ES catches up and can put in a big candle, then maybe we'll get some buy action down here. But the other thing, it was kind of a drift up and then a failure. So I'm cautious about that. It looks like ES is wanting to do the drift up and make a failure, and NASDAQ is wanting to do the dip down and make a rally. And they're not going to be able to move that far away from each other. So we'll have to see.
Yeah. Crude oil is looking good. It's down over 2.4%. If anyone caught that short, congratulations. Nick, you were showing us this chart in pre-market. And yeah.
What happened with it? Did it die?
Yeah.
Crude oil. Yeah. It's down negative
Oh.
2.38%.
And don't forget there's micro crude for anyone interested in crude.
Yeah, I had a feeling that could have happened. Like that move at 7 a.m. Like this move right here. Like this was kind of odd. You know what I mean? Like I was like, oh, this just ran up, took out all these early sellers, and now it's gonna really expand lower, is what I was thinking. Yeah, no, hopefully this works
I think
out.
there
I
was
don't think
some
you're gonna.
news overnight on crude. I think there was news overnight on crude, so I
Oh, was
didn't
it?
go
Okay.
catch it up.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
remember
so-
what it was. I just remember seeing something. Copper was the big news item overnight, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I mean, the only retest here was on the 5-minute, on this close at 9:05. The 15-minute, nothing. The hourly, obviously nothing. But you would have had to just short it right when I started talking about the chart, because that was my level for short. But so far it's been pretty clean. Yeah, hopefully it gets down here. That would be awesome. I think it is. Let's see what indices are doing.
Let's
Yeah,
do it.
NASDAQ dying.
the NASDAQ is kind of melting. It's just ES hasn't done it yet. If ES gets with the dying program, NASDAQ should go pretty quick. You know what else we got? We got the Dow is trying to run. It's really
Yeah.
Oh my God, what's Dow doing?
What's Dow
it's
doing?
running.
It's
Wait, higher?
running.
Wrong chart. Where are we? Yeah, Dow's pushing.
Oh my God.
Interesting. So out of tech into value. Potentially.
I think Dow was down more yesterday, wasn't it? I don't remember.
It does its own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it pumped yesterday too, but it pulled back a little bit more pre-market maybe. I know this was the day I'm thinking of. Monday, it was very dramatic where the other indexes were not. So Dow does have some room to make up off of Monday. I can't remember which day that was, but that's still there. So yeah, this is not going to help any extension trade like the opening range breakout or anything like that. It's not going to be helpful to that unless the Dow starts moving back down. Oops, I just realized this is cut off there. Every time I rearrange my charts, I screw something up.
I like all the colors, Barbie. They all go well together.
Well, it's all color coded. Yeah, look at the ES trying to push here. So
And NASDAQ is pushing lower.
This makes trading either of these guys harder right now. Just I know some of y'all really like hard mode and you really like resetting accounts and buying new ones. These are your conditions if you really like blowing accounts.
Yeah, like the lack of correlation is just like, yeah.
No luck, pure skill says I want to see 23,012. I think you just got it. I am tagged in that short from the 5-minute opening range trade.
You went
So
short? You went short?
Yeah. I got tagged in on the short side.
What was your entry?
My entry is 23,020 and 50 cents. But my stop order, I think it was at like 21.
Mine's at 0.41, but yeah, like you definitely helped with the push down.
Oh yeah.
This is my level. This is my level right here for bullish price action. Sorry, for a bullish move. This gap and this swing low. So I'd be very careful here if you guys did take short. Because this could be, we could see a bounce here. But pay attention, in 10 minutes, this hourly candle is going to close. So maybe if you got short up here, then maybe watch to see how we close in the next 10 minutes. If we displace through here, maybe just hold it down to here. If we start to wick up and respect this level and this gap, then maybe, you know, take some off. But as of right now, I think it's going to go for these Asia lows, like I said about 10 minutes ago, like 15, 20 minutes ago, like 30 minutes ago. I didn't know what was going on. And then 9:30 open, I'm like, okay, that move higher with that wick down on that close looks a little sus. So, you know, it's just that opposite. It's just an example of how quickly things can change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, especially around the open. We just don't know. Like everything in pre-market might look sleepy, and then all of a sudden things can change at any moment. You're absolutely right. Jamie says, MyFundedFutures is the very best prop firm ever. Thank you. We agree. The promo is 50% off. Any account, any size, use code YouTube for that. Every trader gets one of those. And then after that, it's 15% off all accounts using code YouTube. And that one is unlimited. So Nick, what you were saying with the hourly close, kind of watch for a potential pullback.
Yeah, like you want to see, like if you're short, where's your TP? Your TP, I'm guessing, is where?
It's 100 points. My TP is at 22,920.
Okay. Yeah, definitely for you. Like, I mean, I don't, you know, you have your own thought process for your trade and your plan. But if I see these two levels here start to get respected, that means that this is probably a move down to then go higher. Because remember, I had this marked off in pre-market to watch for price to react from. But if we in the next 9 minutes close below here, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I feel way better about price going down here. So I would just take partials for me or whoever's in this trade based off how the hour closes here in 9 minutes, unless it just completely rips higher from here all the way back to entry, which could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen.
No, I did take a partial at 23,000. So
23,000.
That's about 35 points or 40 points.
40 points?
Yep, and the rest TP is at 22,976.
Thank you, Nick, for that analysis. And so you did catch it short then?
Yeah.
Nice trade.
Yeah, no, I just it kind of set up pretty well. Like I just want to see a move lower, like something to then look for. And then Barbie said something about 6,200s or 6,220 or whatever. I'm like, okay, that one makes sense for us to go down there, and then go higher from there.
Yeah,
62.85, and there's people in chat asking about the short, and I am in the orb short, and I am trailed. So that's been going on. There was a lot of talking. I didn't want to interrupt, but we were chatting about it. So there it is.
It's looking pretty. It is dumping. Okay, NASDAQ is negative 80 points about.
I'm out.
And it's going down. So I did move my TP because for about 1-to-1. So now my TP is at 22,955 and a quarter.
I am out. That's gonna do it for me.
Congratulations, Nick.
It wasn't crazy.
DH acquisition's nice. Just passed on that move. That's awesome.
Woohoo! Congratulations. Hit the confetti button.
Oh, good stuff. I'm glad some people were able to take the trade, sir. I know some people probably at the 9:15 were probably, oh, here we go. No, nothing today, nothing clear, but
yeah.
But that's why I don't write the days off pre-market. Even when I don't see something, I don't write the day off. I kind of used to. Oh, this is going to be a shit day. But I've watched enough of them end up with a really nice play, because then I go back and it's like, oh, I didn't take that. What is wrong with me? So that's why I'm saying I'm still show up, and even if I don't see anything right away, I'll give it a little bit. I'll give it at least 30 minutes to an hour to see what happens. And here we are.
Yeah. So far in about 25 minutes of New York Open, we have not tested the first 5-minute high of the day. So the 23,089 level is just sold off from there. How's ES looking?
It's not really doing much. So this is one of those days where playing the NASDAQ version actually worked out. And that's the reasoning behind it, is when we do get these random moves, a lot of times they're on NASDAQ and not ES. I know ES has been showing off, but it's because I told y'all that NASDAQ makes the more powerful moves. It had to try to make a fool of me. But in the long run, NASDAQ does tend to make these moves faster than ES. Just not like last week, but in general.
So maybe because last week ES was the winner for the orb.
But, I mean, you can't do that. You can't go back and forth and say, oh, last week ES was good, so this week I'm going to do NASDAQ. That's not the way. That's not trading. That's not the way it's going to work. The way statistics works, you have to take a bigger sampling than that. So
always just stick with the NASDAQ if that's what you're trading.
Yeah, if you jump around, I promise. I mean, I've been doing this. I keep bringing this back to algorithmic trading, and I should share some more of this. But when you're programming a strategy, it's going to take it every time, even if you don't like it. And going through that experience has really taught me a lot, because it'll really test your patience. But it'll take it every single time, and because of that, you get these statistics over a long time. And so that's always kind of been a challenge of mine. Is like, am I going to beat my bots? I have to beat my bots. Like, well, I beat my bots today, but am I going to beat them for the week? And that sort of thing. If you flip flop around and try to say, well, it was better last week, you're overthinking, and you're going to get yourself in trouble. You cannot be doing that. That's what I was saying earlier. Someone was asking if I have $200 left on my eval, what should I do to get it passed? And it's, don't change a thing. Don't try to have a new plan for the last $200. Keep with what's been working.
Keep with
you'll overthink yourself jumping around from strategy to strategy. The thing that turned my trading around was focusing on one skill at a time, one trade at a time, and not saying, well, that one didn't work last week, this one did, so I'm going to switch to that one. That's going to lose you time in the long run. Promise. Because I did it. Don't lose time like I did.
It's like the hard way versus the easy way. You share with
Everybody
us.
wants to do it the hard way. It's like, I'm going to outsmart the market. I'm like, really? You're going to outsmart 100 something years of people that are really, really smart? No, you're not. You have to find your way, but don't be trying to jump around and try all these different things. And statistics are great, but that's just one piece of the puzzle. And if you're going to like use statistics, you're almost using it against yourself, saying, well, we have all these statistics, but last week it didn't play out, so I'm going to switch. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
NASDAQ is about 80 points in the red. It is pushing lower. It almost hit my TP. Missed it by, I don't know, maybe about 15 points. This trade is in the green by about $200 and $300. I am tempted to just take the money and run, the sim money. But
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Let it ride.
let
Hey,
it ride.
Whose trade was that? Just
Oh,
now.
my trade?
okay. The one that was on
Okay.
the screen was mine. I think we're on Terry's screen now. The split screen's mine.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. I was wondering. Okay. I thought that was.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
I was like, no, I'm not moving this. I moved the stop, but I'm not moving the trade.
There we
There
go.
We're out.
It hit TP.
Booked and
Yeah.
cooked.
3 for
All
3,
right.
all of us, right?
Yeah. Good job, guys.
Did you just exit too?
I did. Yeah. It hit my TP.
Nick, are you still in?
No, I got out.
That was your exit too?
No, I got out at
22.
22,976 was my exit.
All right. Well, it's still trying to go, but that would be nice for a little ES setup that I want. We'll see.
Good job, you guys. Great trade. Anyone else catch that short?
Nice. We got a few in there. I know there were a bunch of people in that because they were asking me earlier when we were talking about something else. I'm like, yep, we're taking it.
Yeah, we just never know. I'm out short. CJ says, I'm out short. Meow. Congratulations.
I don't know if we do never know, because I know that this is going to work out more times than it's not. You know what I mean? It's not a never know. You have to expect anything to happen, but know that the market is going to kind of play by the rules to an extent. That's why we have these trading systems with all the rules and everything, and we can test it and find probabilities. Ooh, Renee made 4K. Nice.
Yeah, Renee. Blue made 4K. Congratulations. Roman Arts is still in the short. Good luck.
Roman makes the best AI art.
Yeah. On X, Roman Arts will make AI art for different traders, and it gets us laughing.
All right. Well, I think I'm gonna head out here. I think that's pretty nice little 30-minute work day, huh?
Fantastic day.
I'll see you guys back here tomorrow, and good work.
Yeah, good work. Thanks, Nick, for showing us your thoughts on the day, and hopefully, like, lots of people made some money on some of those ideas. Yes, thank you so much. It's good to see you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Take it easy. See you guys.
Bye. Oh,
I wanted to point this out too. We have not had good dollar correlation, but I do think the dollar might actually be helping this trade for a change. We should have reverse correlation with the US dollar and the indexes. And I don't know if we're really, like, maybe we're starting to correlate a little bit. I don't know. I'm just kind of watching this, noticing that we're getting a clear trend on dollar and we're getting a clear trend on the indexes. I think we're just ignoring the Dow because the Dow's having its own party today. But I'm watching the VIX. The VIX is kind of, so the VIX had a gap. The gap is filled and the VIX is moving up again. This isn't an exciting VIX. It's still around 16, but that is helping, having a little bit of a move on the VIX to help power these. So these are the kind of things that we don't see until it's in real time happening. So I think that's the kind of thing where sometimes you just have to wait and see what develops, and we're getting that. Ooh, we hit the third TP on that orb trade too.
Woohoo!
I'm working on some numbers for that sort of thing. Oh, I forget I haven't even published these videos yet, but That's
Yeah.
one of the things that we're working on right now. I'm doing a massive study because everyone's saying that this version's better and that version's better, and we're gonna find out. So
we can't wait to watch those videos. Everyone go check out Barbie's webpage and all the resources and YouTube and X at bullbarbie.com. So let's welcome our special guest, Jesse. Jesse, come on down. Trading with Jesse.
What's
There
going
he
on, guys?
is.
Good morning. Thank you for having me
Good
back.
morning.
Good morning. So good to see you.
Same here. How you guys doing today?
Good. All three of us
Doing
caught
good.
some great trades this morning.
Nice.
the
Yeah,
short.
we
How
had
about
really good
you?
action this morning. Bear flag paid out for me. I did well as well.
Awesome.
Awesome. What did you play? Is it a 5-minute bull flag or bear flag?
The 3-minute bear flag.
3-minute. Okay, on NASDAQ.
Yeah, on the NQs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right here, I caught this little bear flag formation in here. I actually had 2 lots short stop over this 50 zone. And once we started to break down here under 25, I took a piece off when we broke down. We broke back up into it a little bit in this candle. And then I re-added and then just took profits as we went. I mean, I left a lot of meat on the bone there, but I didn't think we were gonna dump that hard.
Yeah.
I know.
Nice surprise.
Yes.
Yeah, it really was. Took advantage of it. Traded on a few funded accounts and played around with some evals, green across the board on everything today. So, and it was all being short biased.
How do you come up with kind of your bias for the day, Jesse?
Well, let me see here. Okay, I can't really share it the other screen, but that's all right. Right in here, I was just looking at the hourly chart. You know, we had resistance. Let me see. You see it? Yeah, you had resistance back here. We had resistance back in here again on this hourly chart on the NQ. We jumped up into it this morning again, and yet again we couldn't break up over that level. So just using basic, you know, support and resistance, I said, okay, look, you know, this is 1, this is 2, this is the 3rd try, which actually has a lower high. More than likely, I think bulls are going to start to be a little bit scared about this. I can't break through that line and hold. We might see some profit taking. So it's not like I'm thinking, oh, the world's ending. It's just some profit taking. Last week, we had a short week. We had the SPY kind of float its way higher on low volume throughout the days, which we see a lot of times when we go into these 3-day weekends and we're pushing highs like that. So I was actually long biased on that low volume. I didn't trade a whole lot, but whenever I did take a trade, it was mostly long. And then, you know, we came into the week now and, you know, we've seen a few hits into resistance, you know, kind of get rejected. So this morning I said, you know what? I'm a better bear than I am bull anyways. I was like, you know what? I'm going to look and see if we can get ourselves a little bear flag here out the gate. And I mean, the chart didn't disappoint. As soon as I opened it up, because I was even about 3 minutes late, we had that big drop, which looks tiny now this morning, but this was a big 3-minute candle. And then we just started to bear flag. And I trade patterns. I love patterns and chart setups, so I went after it.
Nice. Thanks for sharing that with us.
You
so
said
funny.
you said you're a bigger bear trader than bull trader. Is that kind of hard in times like this where we just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, or do you still find lots of good opportunities?
No, it's difficult because it's difficult mentally. At the beginning I made more money the first 4 months of the year than I have I made now since May, let's say. Kind of like when we based out. Let me go to the daily chart. So I did really well throughout all of this, I did really well throughout all of this. Even in here, I did well, even on the bounce back, you know, not short, obviously, just playing long setups. And then on this drop, you know, I did really well. But then here, I kind of had to pull the reins back a lot just because I didn't believe we were going to do what we did. I think most people didn't believe we were going to do what we did and recover like a V shape so drastic. So, you know, I struggled in here. And then once we started to do this area here, I just pulled the reins back a lot, started trading smaller, started trading less, started to force myself again to look for the long setups because I was so used to all the short setups just working easily. You know, it was like you just felt like a hedge fund trader because they were just working. And I just pulled the reins back. So I've taken some long setups here and there and some short setups. What I've forced myself to do over the last couple months is try to hold on to the long setups a little bit longer. And on my short setups, where I used to look for 50, 80 points, I'm taking 10 or 20. So I'll take 10 or 20 and I'll get out the way. Sometimes I'll even take 12 and just get out of the way, because I know that, yeah, I'm seeing the setup. It's going to probably work. We play probabilities, but I'll take that profit really quickly, because more than likely it's going to reverse, and it's saved me a bunch of times this summer.
It sounds like part of your strategy is like knowing the market conditions, and you'll adjust your strategy a little bit with the market conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to stay in tune to the market conditions. You got to stay in tune to what the macro environment is doing, because just because I'm a better bear than I am a bull, it doesn't mean that I can put my will on the market and make the market do what I wanted to do. It's not going to happen. I've been punished years past for trying to do that. So the quickest thing, or the best thing for me to do, is be quick to see the market shift. And once the market's changing its bias, I have to be willing to put my bias completely to the side and just trade what the chart gives me at any given time. The longer it, and this is just from experience over the years, because we've all been there, the longer it takes me to adapt to that shift in the market, the harder it hits my P&L, right? So now, as soon as I see that and I recognize it, which is all mental, really, I have to adjust, like you said, the strategy, which in this case is simple. It's just adjusting the targets and adjusting my position sizing. That's all.
Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, it seems like that is such a common thread I've heard many times, including from Barbie, like of managing our accounts with the market conditions and understanding like when to be patient, when to like not go all in with all the accounts, and versus like trading smaller and just and it's okay to not take trades too. Like,
Yeah,
that is a trade. No trades.
yeah, cash
So-
is a position.
Did the whole stairs up, elevator down thing, is that kind of what makes you a bearish trader? You like those big power moves?
Oh yeah, see, I cut my teeth trading low float stocks years
There
ago.
you go. I was wondering.
And people will be afraid of a halt. Oh, they hated the halts on those penny stocks. I love them. I love that volatility. I love playing halt levels. So since I cut my teeth on that, I'm not fearful of that type of environment. I actually excel in it. So where I do poorly, or I do definitely less better than I do in other aspects, is when we have the grindy sideways environment. I can't trade that very well. It takes me quite a while to find or to see the channel formation, because I'm thinking breakout or breakdown, right? So I'm thinking, hey, the camera zoomed in on me. Now let's get rid of that. So I'm thinking breakdown or break up, right? So when we get into those channels, I'm like, oh, we're gonna break. No, we don't break. So for me, when we have that elevator down, oh man, I love that. I love that. And we all know that when the bears take, what's the saying? Bulls take the windows. No, bears take the windows and bulls take the stairs. I hate the stairs.
Yeah, you jump out the window. We have some traders in our group that I just love watching them trade, because I'm more of a bullish trader. I like those. I'll trade that slow grinding move up all day, but we have some traders that are just in it for that big drop, and it's always fun to see. Because sometimes, even if I'm not trading, because it's not my kind of price action, I just love going and hanging out with them and watching it. It's fun.
I love it. I had trades earlier this year that I posted on Discord and I think on here on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, where I said this was Picasso. It was just a work of art of a trade. I was more proud of the trade itself than I was of the P&L, because I'd get in the position with a starter, I'd take some profits off, I'd leave a core, add back to it, take more profits, and just ride that down. Now, as traders, we're not looking to take, or we shouldn't be looking to take the 100% of the move. So even like on this move here earlier this year, I would have never gotten short in here and then, I caught the bottom. No, but I would have easily caught 50% of this move, and that would have been a work of art for me.
Mm-hmm. So
I like that. Like
Yeah.
looking at your trades back as being masterpieces.
Yeah, that's exactly how I looked at it. When I catch a good one like that, that's exactly how I look at it. The P&L is just secondary at that point, just because we all know how we're supposed to trade. We don't always trade how we're
trade the
supposed to trade.
trade, not the P&L,
Yeah. So
right?
when we do, get that trade how we want it, how we know it should be done. I mean, at least for me, I'm extra proud of the trade itself, just because I executed accordingly to how I know I'm supposed to. It's like emotions were not there at all, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jesse, tell us more about your YouTube channel.
So I have a YouTube channel here. I've had it for quite a few years. Just broke over 24,000 subscribers, so that was nice.
Let's go.
Thank you. I upload videos Mondays and Thursdays typically. Today's video is being pushed back to tomorrow, and then I stream Wednesday mornings at 9:15 a.m. So that's typical. That's the typical schedule for me. Mondays, Thursdays uploads, Wednesdays live stream. I don't live stream every day, man, because so far I haven't been able to get very used to live streaming and trading at the same time.
It's a whole thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets in there. Like yesterday I streamed, did really well. I made 500 something bucks across 5 different accounts. But I missed a couple of setups because I was busy talking and kind of, I guess, entertaining and talking with the chat and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a challenge, definitely. Yeah, your videos are very entertaining. I've seen many. I'm subscribed. Everyone go. Yeah, thank you for making the content. It's totally entertaining and fun to watch you. Everyone go follow and subscribe. Jesse W. Are you also on X or Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on X and on Instagram. And let me see here. What's my X? My X is, I don't even know it. It is at Jesse, JESSE _W33. I guess I made that X when I was 33 years old. Hence the 33.
33. So you mentioned how you got into trading. You used to trade small caps, and share a little bit more about your trading journey, how you started, and then how you got to where you are today.
So when I was in high school, my dad opened up, and I'm about to show my age here. My dad opened up for me a Scott Trade account. I know most people in the chat probably don't even know what that is. They don't exist anymore. They got bought out years ago, I think, by Charles. Yeah, they got bought out by
My
Charles
original
Schwab.
broker got bought out by E-Trade, so I feel you.
So I got that, and he was just, he didn't know anything about trading or even long-term investing or anything like that at the time, but he heard him on the radio, people talking about stocks and market and this and that, and he was like, hey, look, man, you should look into this. So it was what, Jesse, who knows, 1999 or 2001, something like that. And he gave me that account. It was a custodial account with $1,000. I bought Cisco, made about $1,000 on that. And then that's it. I never touched it again. Fast forward a few years later, I'm playing around with pink sheets, trying to buy those, 0.001 stocks and messing around with those pink sheets. Didn't do anything. Didn't know what I was doing. Fast forward a few years later again, and a client of mine at the time tells me that he was a trader. He primarily swing trade, and he would make $800,000 a year on a slow year. And he would swing trade stocks, and every once in a while he'd throw a ticker at me. And I don't know, people here are going to remember this ticker. This is, I think, 2016, maybe 2017, DRYS. It was a shipping company, a shipper.
Oh, yeah.
Freights, right? It would do freight boats. And DRYS went from $1 and change over the course of 3 days. It was a short squeeze. It went from $1 and change to 115, something like that.
I remember.
And I had bought it.
Yeah.
I bought like 300 shares, I think it was. I made $1 a share, I made $300. I was super stoked about it. And then that thing kept going. I bought 15 shares and I held them, sold some at 50, the rest over 100, made over $1,000. And I thought to myself, wait a second, there's something here. I got to learn about this. So I got on YouTube, I started searching how to trade and all that stuff. I started, cutting my teeth on the penny stocks, low float runners. Took a few years there, like a couple of years. I paper traded literally like on paper. I have a notepad somewhere still in my drawer where I would write the ticker, the amount of shares I would buy. I'd look at the time and sales, and I would paper trade that way.
That's how
Then
I
I
used
started
to
paper
paper
trading
trade.
on
We have
DAS.
so many parallels here. I love this. And my dad gave me
Yeah.
my first account. I bought Cisco. This is great.
That's
Sorry
so
to
cool,
interrupt. I'm just
Jesse.
like enjoying this. Like he's got half my story. It's awesome.
That's great. I love that. Yeah, I started trading the pennies, and then from there started learning options. And little by little, I ended up trading futures during COVID. And did really well. Went back to stock and options. Did okay. Had a really nice month trading stock and options during COVID. Once July, made like $10,000 trading Tesla options, calls and puts, and then I came back to futures. I don't know, what was it? Maybe sometime mid 2023. Haven't looked back. I still trade options here and there, and long term investing is paramount. I'm always on that, but my bread and butter is futures, NQ primarily, ES that as a backup, but I really haven't traded ES throughout this whole year.
Cool. So how did you get into props? Like, what do you love about trading with MyFundedFutures?
So trading props, I got into it because a friend of mine had told me about it, and I don't remember what firm he was trading for, but he was trading for a firm. He racked up, $18,000, and he's like, bro, I spent like $200, I'm up 18,000. I was like, damn, that ROI sounds really good.
Yeah.
And I've been self-employed for, oh my God, 17, 18, 19 years, something like that. And I understand ROI, in the sense of like, hey, if I put money here for this, for marketing or whatever it is, what's my return? And when I saw a couple $100 and you can turn it into 18,000 trading props, I was like, hold on, man, that's better than me trading in my own personal account, because leverage is amazing. And MyFundedFutures, is freaking awesome. I have an expert plan that I just passed. I think it was 2 weeks ago. So I'm going to be trading in that one here. And I have another expert plan that I'm waiting for it to renew. It's going to renew next week, but I'm going to be I'm going to be in the Caribbean on a cruise. So I'm not going to be able to trade it until I get back. But that one will renew, and I'll start trading that one to pass it. MyFundedFutures pays out quick. Everything's smooth. You don't really hear a whole lot of drama from the firm itself. So I like that. I like drama-free firms. So when I saw those returns,
some of the
I was
firms are led by knuckleheads and some of them aren't. There's a difference.
No, when it came down to it, it was just a return on investment. I was like, I got to try this out, because prior to that, the firms all looked difficult. You had like 2 or 3 steps to pass. Then let's see if you got paid. And I was like, nah, I'll stick to my personal account. But the market has shifted. So I started trading these props, and I like it. I enjoy it, to be honest.
Yeah, the leverage, it's amazing. And MyFundedFutures, we will be going up to 5 funded accounts soon. It's going to be amazing. Make sure you use code YouTube to help support the channel. Currently, the promo is 50% off any account. And then after that, after your first one with that, then you get 15% off using code YouTube. I love that you're trading with us, Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely. And that 5 accounts, I can't wait for that to be live. That's fun. That's going to be better right there at 5 accounts than the 3. For those of us anyways that like to take advantage of the leverage.
The more the merrier.
Absolutely. The more the merrier, 100%, because it takes a lot of stress off. The way I see it is either I need, let's say 5 accounts at 50K a piece, or I need 1 account that's going to give me that leverage in 1 account, But sometimes, me personally, I like to trade, like, let's say we got 5. I like to trade, maybe 3 together, and then I'll leave 2 separate ones that I'll trade maybe later in the day to test out different types of setups that I'm eyeing. that I wouldn't normally do with all of my accounts at once, you know, because we're kind of in that test phase, but we know we can make money at it, but we want to be a little bit careful. That's what I like to do sometimes when we have 5, 6 accounts that you know are available to
I've
trade.
stopped copying to all my accounts, and I've started kind of grouping them by how I do different things. I'm still playing with it a little bit, but I have kind of found that's a happier spot because I don't want to threaten all of my accounts and all my leverage at once. So I've been kind of spreading it out.
I like that 100%. That's actually what I do. I do that because the problem is that, look, I like patterns and I like chart setups. And there's time periods where, you know, let's say a bear flag or a bull flag is working almost 70%. And then it shifts and it goes away and another pattern is working. Well, I don't have to hurt all of my accounts at once when that shift happens. And then when I identify the new pattern, I can use my remaining accounts to test it and see whether or not that pattern is actually working out, you know? And so I do that. I group them, you know, I'll trade 2 to 5, you know, on one side. And then when I'm done trading those, you know, in my early morning session, I might pick up another 1 or 2 from another account and I'll trade those in my late morning session.
Yeah,
Like
it's thank you for those tips. Barbie and Jesse, you both share like the tip of don't copy everything and to do like different accounts. Maybe if you're testing a strategy that you don't typically trade all the time, or it's not maybe your A+ strategy to trade like less accounts with that. I know the other day Barbie was sharing with us how it is, you have to learn how to trade props too. Like it's different than trading a live account. You're nodding your head yes.
It's definitely
Yeah,
different.
absolutely. You have to learn to trade props. It's not the same. There's rules here and there's all sorts of different things that are going on. Some firms have more rules, some firms have less rules, but it's not like when you're trading your personal account, you want to hold something to blow up. That's your problem. In a prop, you're going to lose the account for real and you might even get kicked out of the firm eventually. This right here is Cuban coffee break, guys. You got to get yourself some Cuban coffee when you're trading. It helps out tremendously. It's like an instant 5-point boost.
That sounds so good. Cuban coffee. What brand?
This is Bustelo.
Okay, I'll have to try it. This sounds delicious. Barbie, do you drink coffee?
No, I'm an energy drink girly.
Celsius?
That's
No,
hardcore
not
too.
Celsius. But
All right, market is, what is the market up to right now?
the market is just marketing.
It is marketing. NASDAQ is down about 115 points in the red. So Jesse, how many trades do you typically take in a day?
1 or 2, you know, usually 2. Days like today, like right now, you know, we're here chatting and stuff, so I didn't really pay very close attention to this, but this was a nice little bounce back here. Weak volume on the bounce against that 60. That was a nice setup there for a short, even at least for a scalp. So days like today where we have continuation, I'd probably take a solid 3 or 4 trades, but typically 1 to 2 trades. You know, I go in there, make my few bucks and call it a day. Especially when we're not getting that, you know, if we're long, we're not getting that second leg up, right? We're chopping around, we're trading sideways. You know, I say that for me, I'm like, that's for the birds. I don't want any part of this because I know I don't have it in me for that type of trading while other traders do. So I'll get out of the way. I'll take my 1 trade, maybe 2 trades, and I'm done. And then I have my own personal rules. Like if I have 3 red trades in a row, I'm done on the morning. That's it. It's over for me. Maybe I can come back in the afternoon. If not, tomorrow's a new day.
That sounds so valuable. The 3 red trades in a row, you're done because that prevents tilt from happening.
Yep. And tilt is bad. We all know it. Like tilt for me is one of the worst things in the world. So if I get 3 red trades in a row specifically, I'm done. That's 3 strikes. You're out. Go back to the bench. Because I'm not reading the market right, you know, and the only thing that's going to come from that is, like you said, tilt, emotions. So, you know, it's better to get out of the way.
So many great tips. How to make lots of money from trading props. I love it. Thank you, Jesse. So what do you see when you look at the charts right now?
I mean, if we break this low here, we have room. We have room. I mean, we got room down here to I mean, theoretically down here to 840. If we can break this low, you know, first target would be this 880 area, which is just a few points away from that low. Excuse me, but I mean, if we break that low and there's a lot of volume and we get another leg down, we could see 840. We really could. I don't see why not, you know. Market's due for not a crash or anything crazy, but it's due for a pullback, and it's like, hey, calm yourself down, reset before we make another move to the highs.
Mm-hmm. Barbie, you might get that pullback that you've been waiting for.
We'll see.
Yeah.
ES is not doing it. I kind of bring this up a lot. Like, everyone's real focused on NASDAQ. You need to be paying attention to what ES is doing too, which is not much. So I'm waiting for that move on ES. We haven't had it yet.
No, we haven't had much. I'm not looking at the ES, but I'm looking at the SPY, and we haven't done a whole lot. I mean, the SPY on the daily chart,
where all the excitement is. We've been focused on that, but I'm waiting on ES.
The SPY on the daily looks like it wants to maybe start to pull back a little bit. You know, I think I think we're looking at a little bit of a bull trap, but we also know any little piece of macro news can send this thing up or down like this.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting all week for a bigger pullback, because I don't, if we get a big move down, I'm not seeing that as a crash. I'm seeing that as a bull market pullback, and I welcome that. So
yeah, 100%. I agree with you 100%.
Count on it. Yeah, I'm not going to count on it every day, but I want it and I'm expecting it. I just don't know when. But
yeah, I would love to see that happen. You know, I'd love to write it down and then maybe get myself into some swing trades for the upside move for the bounce, because most people are going to think, you know, oh, this is it. We're going to crash now. And I know we're not going to, like, I don't think unless some black swan event happens, I don't see us doing anything crazy like we did earlier in the year.
Yeah. When you swing trade, are you trading with stocks or with futures or options?
So when I swing trade futures in my personal account, and then if I'm trading the indices, I'll be trading options as well. So like SPY calls or SPY puts. Right now, I'm in Tesla puts, swing trade. It's a month out, but Tesla's actually holding up pretty decently today. But I have a lot of time on them, so I'll be a little bit patient. Yesterday, I could have booked like 15% profit on them, but I'm sure that profit is now gone because Tesla's over 300 again. That battery just won't die.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Barbie. Oh, look, there's a code for 25 free 50K starter plus accounts. Use code WJESSIE, W25.
Oh, there you go. Get them, guys.
25 free accounts. Let us know if you caught one. MyFundedFutures, thank you. Keeping us on our toes. I love it. Celebrating Jessie being here with us today. Jessie, you're so awesome. Thank you for coming.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you guys for having me again. I enjoy the segment. It's fun.
It is fun, and you help make it fun. All your videos are super fun. Everyone go follow Jessie on YouTube. I just dropped the link again in chat, and subscribe to Jessie. Yeah, any last minute thoughts that you'd like to share with our audience of traders?
Yeah, no, guys, you know, real quick, just with the SPY trading sideways, the ES trading sideways, don't be too like don't marry your short setups on NQ today, because if all of a sudden this market decides to pop back up, you can get ran over. Look, right now we came down here and we tested. Oh, okay, my chart's not up and the camera zoomed in. Unreal. But retested, NQ tested that morning low right now. We bounced right off of it. If we break over 960 area, we could see a little bit of a reversal and maybe some sideways chops. So be careful out there, guys. Thank you very much again for having me.
Thank you, Jessie. We can't wait to have you back.
Sounds good. Same here.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
That was so much fun. Yeah, Barbie, you and Jessie have a lot in common, and also like
we do. That's kind of crazy. It's like, tell me about his first account, and I don't even remember what the name of my first broker was. But my dad's like, I don't know what to do with this. You do something with this. He like handed this account to me, and that was my original buy and hold money. But
That's, oh, is it just me on the screen right now?
I'll Terry all the time.
Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's super cool. Okay, let's Barbie, last minute thoughts before you head out.
It is looking choppy out there. I'm still seeing strength in ES, so we'll see if who's going to win the battle here. It's kind of like tug of war, and ES is pulling one way and Nasdaq is pulling the other. It would have been a lot better if they had been in some agreement and given me a nice little play off of that, but I'm still watching for it, so I'll do that.
All right, thank you, Barbie. We will see you tomorrow.
All right.
Let's welcome Ash to the show. Come on down.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I see that we're all team white today.
Yeah.
Everybody's got their white on, so
we got the memo.
yeah. I'm doing good. How's your day going so far?
It's going okay. Yeah, it's going great. All three of us caught great trades this morning, all green, and Jesse we had on as a guest, and he's super fun. Yeah, it's going well. How about your morning?
I didn't take any trades today, but I do want to review the move lower. Was it a short that you guys all took?
Yes, we were all short.
Very nice. That was a nice drop there on NQ at the open. We'll see what happens from here, but ES is still showing some strength. Yeah, hopefully the short was in NQ because NQ did a good job moving lower compared to ES.
Cool. Well, I will give you the baton. Good luck today. I hope your stream is awesome, and I will see you tomorrow.
Alrighty. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, guys. Bye, chat.
Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. What's up, chat? Welcome back to another segment with myself. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody's week going so far? Lots of familiar faces over there in chat. Another day, another chance to gain some more conviction in our business. Hope everybody's doing well. Just going to take a moment to say good morning or good day to the community before we get into some information here. How's everybody doing today? Did we get to take advantage of the move lower there on NQ? Who's green? Who's red? Throw a 1 in chat if you're green today. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red today. See if anybody was able to take advantage of that move lower there. Got first payout of $1,200 yesterday. Let's go, kid. Congratulations. Very good job. Huge W for kid in chat. $1,200 payout. Let's go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Abhishek. Good morning, LSG. Good morning, Magnus. Good morning, Aviation B. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Emma. Good morning, Amir. Hello, hello, hello. Keith, what's up? Mary, what's up? Lewis, what's up? Bill E, good morning. How are you doing today? Hope everybody's day is going well. Hope everybody's week is going well. Got ourselves a Thursday here. So last 2 days of the week. Let's make sure we finish strong here. We got to sprint through the finish line, not stop before it. Good morning, No Luck. Pure Skill. Timu, good morning. Hello, hello. Christian, good morning. Hugo, good morning. How's everybody doing today? My day's going well. Thanks for asking, Denny. I appreciate the kind comment. Yeah, my day's going well. We're going to review this move lower here at the open. Then we're going to have a different form of conversation today. It's a conversation that we haven't really had. We'll get into that here in a minute. Good morning, Trade Together. Good morning, Guillermo. Hello, hello, hello. All right, starting with some ones here. So we got some green in chat. Very good. Got some more green, a bunch of ones actually. Very good job. Very, very good. Let's go. Good morning, DH Acquisitions. Good morning, Victor. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Kim. How are you doing today? Hope everybody's week is going well. Just taking a moment to welcome the community into my segment, and then we're going to get into some information. So let's take a look. I left everybody off yesterday with saying that we needed to understand whether this was going to be bearish SMT at the highs here or not. Okay, so the information that we were currently looking at was the swing high here on the daily chart for NQ. You can see that NQ took out the swing high. Now, if we go over to ES, you can see that ES has not taken out the swing high yet. That's a crack in correlation. So if you were looking for the shorts there at the open, it makes sense. I could see the logic behind it. NQ took out a swing high. That's a location to have a bearish bias. And at the swing high, there's a crack in correlation, right? There's a bearish crack in correlation, seeing that NQ took out the high and ES did not. So if you were going into New York Open, searching for shorts at higher time frame points of interest, this makes sense, right? NQ sweeps an hourly swing high, okay? That hourly swing high also shows bearish SMT. So now you're looking at bearish SMT on the daily chart and the hourly chart. Okay, so there's multiple confirmations of those lower prices there. And now if you go into an entry function time frame, the 5-minute chart, you can clearly see our entry function. Right? You get a swing high here, you get a swing low here, you get a new high here, then a new low. So then we outline the lowest down closed candle before the leg up that took liquidity. This would be your breaker block. Right? So a stop hunt here. When we run above a swing high, that's what a stop hunt is. Lowest down closed candles before the leg up that took liquidity. This is a liquidity grab here. Making this a breaker block here. We got a candle closure below it along with an FEG. Right, here's the FEG right here. Here's the candle closure below it. So either one of these three candles is a short entry. The position would look like this. I look to enter at the beginning of the breaker, stop at the high, targeting 2R. So who was able to grab the short? Throw a W in chat if you grabbed the short today. Phenomenal position there for the bears. It has the logic to execute the position. It has the entry function at the important time. It gives an entry and then virtually no drawdown and runs to plus 2R. So this was a beauty. Congratulations to all the bears. If you were able to get green, you know how I feel about that. If you're green on the day, it's time to stay green. So very good job to the bears. Both of these would be short opportunities right here. So 935 candle, 940, 945 candle. Whether you want to enter via market, limit, however you prefer to enter, that's a personal preference. It's the mechanical nature that matters, is that we enter at the breaker block. So right here is where we enter, with invalidation being the swing high. Now, slightly different portion to this conversation is understanding execution. All right. There's no such thing as perfection. Okay. So if you're waiting for a perfect moment to get into a position, that's never going to happen. In my opinion, there's really no such thing as perfection. So if you're sitting there waiting, saying I need additional information, only forcing limit orders versus market orders, whatever the thing is you need to be fluid with the market. Right. So for example, this was a very aggressive, quick move lower. So what I'm saying here is, instead of trying to be perfect, just get in the move at the location you're supposed to get in the move and allow the probabilities to play out, right? So if you're the individual, we get the confirmation here at 9:30. If you're sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to put a limit order on the FVG, and the limit order never gets tagged, just market order in. The position's there. You understand the entry location and the invalidation. Just get in. You don't need to be perfect. Market order in. Get in. Set the stop loss at invalidation. Set the TP at 2R. Right? Forcing the market to do something very specific, trying to look for perfection, is going to be lower probability. Just execute. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. All right, so phenomenal move this morning. Congratulations to the Bears. If you're able to take advantage of this position, in my opinion, go touch some grass now. Go head to the gym. Okay? But now moving forward. That was great. That was New York Open. That's what we had for the Open, but we got to keep analyzing, right? If you're one of the individuals that did not get to take that opportunity, got to keep analyzing. Got to see what we're doing moving forward. And we're having a beautiful move here for the Bulls now. Okay, so now take a look at this. That was New York Open. Now we're preparing to move forward with the day. And what I have to say about that is look at this SMT. Right? We look for cracks in correlation as a confirmation to engage with the market. Okay. In my opinion, ES still needs to go take out the high. So this move here, NQ yesterday was able to get new all-time highs. Very good job for NQ leading the way. I think ES also wants new all-time highs. So this move right here, right? It looks like the bullish FEG has been providing support for higher prices. And it looks like the target for higher prices is new all-time highs. Right? So now to engage with that idea, you'd go and look for cracks in correlation. So get down to your market structure time frame, and you can clearly see a bullish crack in correlation here. Right? NQ, during that move lower, took out this hourly swing low. You see it here? This is bullish SMT. This ES is showing that there's still strength in the marketplace. So after seeing the bullish SMT, right, here's the bullish SMT, then look for a change in the state of delivery, a unicorn, whatever you want to call it. You get a bullish SMT here from the hourly. Then you get a bullish change in the state of delivery here. This looks good for higher prices. So amazing move lower. The Bears were able to get paid, but now it looks like it's the Bulls' time, is what I have to say for moving forward. This is what I'm currently looking at on ES right here. Is this long position, 2 new all-time highs? Yes, this already occurred, right? So the bullish change in the state of delivery was confirmed at 10:15. It provided multiple entries here at 10:20, 10:25, and 10:30, and now it's moving towards 2R. Okay, so now you get the review of New York Open. Now you have the analysis for moving forward for the rest of the day. I'll be looking for higher prices. I do think ES needs to make new all-time highs as well. So I'm looking at ES for those higher prices. And there's a very clear crack in correlation here. Look at how NQ continues to show weakness. You could just see it here in the percentage change, right? NQ's red, ES is green. ES is showing the strength there. Okay. Just so you hear me clearly, the long was down here at the change in the state of delivery. It's not where it is currently. We don't long above old highs. That's not where we long. So I'm not referring to entering right now. What I'm referring to as the long position was here at the change in the state of delivery. So let's see. Chat, who took the longs? Is anybody in any longs right now? Throw one in chat if you're in any longs. Throw a one in chat if you took any longs, if you're currently in any long positions. Also, where did you take the position from? Right? Was it this bullish change in the state of delivery? Was it the bullish fair value gap? What was the reasoning behind the position? Was it the higher time frame divergence? For me, the process always remains the same. The game plan is time, then bias, then entry function. Seeing ES on the higher time frame looking like it still wants to reach for all-time highs, that would be a bullish bias. Then seeing on the hourly chart the bullish SMT, then seeing the 5-minute chart have a bullish change in the state of delivery. All of that logic put together sounds like higher probabilities for higher prices. That is something to execute. So I just asked chat to see who's in longs. We do have a lot of people in long, so let's see if we can get those higher prices. Let's target new all-time highs. Let's see if price could go up here. Oh, see if price could go up here. For my fellow bulls in chat, hold on. Trying to get this for everybody. Give me 2 seconds. All right, now we know what we're looking at here. New all-time highs here. That's what we're aiming for. This is previous day high. This is what we're looking at now. This is what we want here. This is what we're looking at. So we do have a bunch of bulls in chat. Good luck to the bulls. Hopefully this thing runs higher. Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. Almost all ones. Wow, bunch of bulls. Almost no bears. Very good. Very good. Very good. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take a sip of coffee as we're waiting and watching. All right. Let's see what we have here. Chat, do me a favor. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us here in chat, sub to the channel. I believe the chat is sub-only mode. So do me a favor, smash the sub button, hit the like button. Let's try to get the likes to 1,000 likes. Maybe, just maybe we'll have something for you. If we do, I think everybody knows what I'm talking about here. But you got to smash the like button. While you're at it, turn the notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. If you have any questions or comments, if you want to go over any certain information, feel free to throw that in chat. We could do that as well. Smash so hard I need a new keyboard. Perfect. That means you smash the like button. That's what I'm talking about right there. Let's go. All right, so as we're waiting and watching, I did want to have a conversation with chat today. It's about our approach to the accounts, how we're dealing with our prop firm accounts, what we're doing with it. So I'm going to ask you guys a bunch of questions. I want to see how you're approaching your accounts. I'll give my 2 cents as well as we're having the conversation, but there's a couple different things that we should go over to see how you're approaching the account. All right, so first things first is we got to understand the accounts that we're using, right? Whether it's an expert account, whether it's a starter account, starter plus account. But let's review the expert account. Okay, let's review the 50K MyFundedFutures expert account. That's what we'll go forward with in the conversation. For any of the individuals that are in the expert account, how are you approaching it? Right? So first things first is, how do you approach the eval? Because this is where we start. Right? Are you trading your model until you pass the account? Or are you trying to take advantage of volatility to try to pass the account in a shortened period of time? Personally, the MyFundedFutures expert account is my favorite account. I literally think it's the best account on the market. The fact that there's no consistency rules is astonishing. No activation fee, astonishing. And end of day drawdown. Okay, first things first. Some of these drawdowns that are out there are the most unrealistic trading conditions there are. For example, intraday unrealized trailing drawdown is the most unrealistic trading conditions you can get. There is no such thing as unrealized trailing intraday drawdown anywhere else. So that's a different conversation to have. Let's stick to, passing the account. And then once we pass the account, what are we doing with it? How are we approaching it? So are you the individual that's trying to take advantage of volatility so that you can complete an eval as quick as possible? Or are you taking it slow and steady, right? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Are you executing your model over a consistent period of time? Now, the answer, in my opinion, to that is where you are in your journey, okay? If you're in the developing stage, the learning stage, the education stage, I think you need to collect more data. So that means creating a model that you understand how to identify and execute, and then trading that model during the eval so that you can collect data on your abilities. There's that scenario, the individual that's learning, developing a model, trying to collect data. Those are the individuals that should go with the slow is smooth, smooth is fast. You should collect more experience so that you can have more conviction. Now, on the other hand, are the individuals that already have the proven data. The individuals that have multiple payouts, the individuals that their income is larger than their expenses, right? They have proven profitability over an extended period of time. Those are the individuals that I would say take advantage of the volatility. Try to get into the funded account as quick as possible. But this is where you look inward. This is where you take a self-reflection. Know thyself. Which one are you? Somebody else is going to make that decision for you. Your data is going to show you that answer. If you need more time learning and working, then take the slow is smooth, smooth is fast course. Okay, so now we have an understanding of how we're going to get through the eval. And for the individuals that make it past the eval, first of all, congratulations. That's a huge W. It's a testament to your trading and your patience. So congratulations to individuals that make it into the funded account. In a business where losing is inevitable, it's a very hard accomplishment to achieve to even get to the funded account. It's a very small percentage of people that do. So again, congratulations to the people that get to the funded account. All right. And I just got word that I have a little surprise for you. 50 free resets using code BULLSIN50. 50 free resets using code BULLSIN50. 2 surprises so far this week, 2 scheduled. I love to keep changing it up. Monday and Tuesday, we did it scheduled. Wednesday and Thursday, we did surprises. So we're going to keep changing it up. I've mentioned that before. We're going to do some surprises. We're going to do some scheduled. We're going to do the form. We're going to do the wheel. We're going to keep it fresh here. That way, people that are participating with us here in chat can be rewarded for that. So the last 2 days, having some surprises. Love it. I absolutely love it. Congratulations. Throw a W in chat if you're able to get one of the giveaways. Let's see who got it, and then we can continue our conversation. WWW. Congratulations for anybody that was able to get the giveaway. Sean got one. Renee got one. Daniel got one. Let's go. Spiritual got one. Let's go. Fixer got one. Congratulations. Heather got one. Paolo got one. Mix got one. Let's go, everyone. Congratulations. Trying to provide value every single chance we can get through trades, through trading education, through guest speakers, through expert hosts, through giveaways. We're doing the whole 9 here on this channel. Congratulations to anybody that was able to get one. See, you smash the like button, you smash the sub button, and see what happens. That's what I was trying to point to. That's what I was trying to point to earlier. Back to the conversation. Now we spoke about getting through the eval stage. You have to understand yourself, know thyself, to understand which type of trader you are. Whether you want to go slow as smooth, smooth as fast, that's the first approach. Or if you want to take advantage of volatility and try to get into the funded account as quick as possible. Those are the 2 options, and you look inward to understand which one you should go down. If you need time practicing, if you need time educating yourself, if you need more experience, then go with slow as smooth, smooth as fast. Okay, so now that we got into the funded account, we're reviewing a 50K expert MyFundedFutures account. Once you get into the funded account, this is where the real work begins. Okay, we got to get past that buffer zone. If you want to take a withdrawal during the buffer zone, be my guest. You got to understand that you only get a percentage of the profits if you're withdrawing during the buffer zone. You also have to understand that the minimum withdrawal is $1,000. So in my opinion, I'd rather just continue to keep trading instead of taking a withdrawal during the buffer zone. Get past the buffer zone, then think about withdrawing. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to take another sip of coffee. All right. Thank you for the patience. So in my opinion, you should work past the buffer zone if you're capable of doing it. Yes, it will take more time. Yes, it'll take more patience. Yes, it'll take more trades. But in my opinion, this will give you better odds moving forward. If you were to withdraw before the buffer zone, then you give yourself less drawdown to work with moving forward. Okay. So in my opinion, working past the buffer zone is a good idea. Then once you get past the buffer zone, then start thinking about withdrawals. Okay. And another phenomenal thing about MyFundedFutures is your first 10K of withdrawals goes directly to you. So let's say you're at, I'm using numbers just to prove the point. Let's say you're at $13,000 of profits, right? You're $11,000 over the buffer zone. If you wanted to withdraw $10,000 right then and right there, that first $10,000 goes to you. Now just hear me clearly. It's the first $10,000 that you make at MyFundedFutures. Okay, so if you've already done $30,000 of withdrawals, you'll be dealing with a profit split at that point. This is only for your first $10,000 of withdrawals. That first $10,000 of withdrawals goes 100% to you. After you've taken $10,000 of withdrawals, then there's a profit split. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because of the buffer zone. Okay, so like, in my opinion, why not create the buffer zone, even plus some, right? So the end of day trailing drawdown stops trailing when you go past $2,100 of profits, right? So then you get larger buffer. So let's say you made $4,000. Now your drawdown is worth $4,000 because your end of day trailing drawdown stopped trailing. This is where we start compounding, and this is why I wanted to get into this conversation, because this is what we're working towards. A lot of people like to say, oh, you only made $1,200 or you only made $500. That's a really bad perspective, in my opinion. Imagine if that $1,200 was across 3 different accounts. Is $3,600 acceptable? Like, what's the number that makes it good or bad? In my opinion, any withdrawals are amazing. So, but what I'm getting at is that you need to shift the perspective to a compounding perspective, right? Like, for example, if your risk management is to divide your drawdown by 10, the moment you have $10,000 of drawdown, you have larger risk, which means you have larger rewards. There's the whole compounding aspect. Right, so we need to figure out a way to get to that point in time. We need to get to that compounding stage. That's why I'm kind of having this conversation, is showing you a realistic path to that compounding stage. Keep the drawdown there, right? If you want to take your first withdrawal, get to 4K, get to 4K profits. Then withdraw $1,500, right? Then you still have your drawdown. You don't deal with any of that buffer zone. Take your payment the first time around, then think about starting to scale. The moment you can have larger positions, the moment you'll have larger returns. Now, I'm specifically pointing this out because the other option to this is to take a full withdrawal. Now, let's say you had $4,000 of available withdrawal and you took all $4,000. You're essentially forfeiting the account because you're not leaving any you're not leaving any drawdown left in the account for post withdrawal. Okay, so now do you see the difference? Do you see why I'm having this conversation? Just trying to go through some of the fundamentals of dealing with these accounts. You don't want to do all this work, take your withdrawal, and then have nothing to work with after the withdrawal. You want to keep trading so that you can get to that point in compounding. Okay, so right, so, and perfect timing for that question, bags, right? Perfect timing for that question. If I have 1.2K in my funded, but I haven't built the buffer, shall I withdraw? First of all, you need to know the account that you're dealing with, right? If you're in an expert account, then that's the exact conversation we're having right now. If you're at 1.2K of profits, I would keep working on that. Get it to like 4K of profits, then take a $1,500 withdrawal. That way, you've passed the buffer zone, so you get a good percentage split if that's your first $10,000 of profits, while also keeping a buffer for post-withdrawal. That way you can keep trading. That's the exact conversation we're having now. But you have to understand which account you're in, because it's different options for different accounts. The conversation we're having right now is about a 50K expert account. Okay. Anybody that did take the longs, we are approaching 2R now. I'm not a stickler. I don't want to use bad words, but it does not have to be exactly 2R for you to take profit. Anybody that took the longs on ES from the change in the state of delivery, you have to be taking your profits now, right? 1.7 compared to 2.0, right? Are you really going to leave hundreds of dollars on the table just because you didn't get one more point? So sorry for the change in conversation, but I need to, now that we're approaching target here, I need to update this as well. Anybody that's in the longs, are you taking profits now? Throw a W in chat if you're taking profits on the longs now. But back to the conversation. Just game planning a 50K expert account, talking about, you know, how to move forward, how to approach these accounts, what to do with them. Which leads me into the next question, right? Now, we understand the eval stage, then we understand how we're approaching the funded accounts. If you make it to a payout, that leads me to my next question. What are you going to do with that payout? That leads me to the next question. Throw it in chat. What are you going to do with the payout? You have three options. One, keep it to yourself. That way you could reward yourself for your hard work. That's option number one. Option number two is to reinvest it, right? Get another 50K account, because you're allowed to have three of them. And this is where you start compounding, right? If you have multiple funded accounts, then you can start compounding. So option one is to keep it to yourself. Option two is to reinvest it to start compounding. Or option three, last option, is to use it to create passive sources of income. Which one are you doing, chat? 1, 2, or 3? Option one, you're keeping it to yourself. Option two, you're reinvesting it to compound. Option three is to work on passive sources of income. Which one are you doing? Now, you have to understand that there is no right or wrong answer. It's unique to the individual. If you want to keep it to yourself and reward yourself, please do so, right? This is a unique answer. It's not going to be the same for everyone. We have our own positions in life. We are all our own independent thinkers. But let's talk about it. This is the information we need to go over so that we understand how to move forward with this business, right? So in my opinion, option number one, if you're going to keep it to yourself, then build a nice cushion in your account so that you can move forward comfortably. For the individuals that are keeping it to themselves, also make sure that you understand that you have to save some for taxes. You will be taxed on it at the end of the year. You'll get a 1099 from MyFundedFutures. You will get taxed on it at the end of the year. That's option number one. Reinvesting it into multiple accounts. Those are the individuals that have a proven system. They have multiple payouts and they're ready to start compounding, right? Like if you're new to this trading business, you should reward yourself because it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of energy. So if this is your first payout, I would say keep it. If this is your 5th, 10th, 20th, whatever the number is, if you've had multiple payouts, then think about compounding. The tax amount. I can't speak for everybody. I'm not an accountant, so anytime I don't have the information, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. Please ask your accountant to do that. I'm not giving financial advice. when I don't have the information, I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. Save a majority of the withdrawal so that you're ready for tax time. I don't know what brackets you guys are in, so I'm not going to comment on that one. Just make sure that you have money set aside from that withdrawal to pay the taxes on it. But second option would be to reinvest it to start compounding. Those are the individuals that have multiple payouts and they're capable of using those payouts to try to better their business. That's somebody that has a proven system. They've had multiple payouts. And then lastly is the option number 3, passive sources of income. I've talked about multiple sources of income many, many times. I'll continue to keep doing it because I'm speaking from experience. I'm talking about my life. Okay. Rental properties, dividend accounts, either one. Something, place it into an appreciating asset that pays you monthly. That's a passive source of income, right? So if you want to hop over to an example of that, right? So for the individual asking for examples of number 3 here, right here, a dividend option, right? Take a look at MSTY. This follows MicroStrategy, which if anybody knows Michael Saylor, he's the Bitcoin guy, the cryptocurrency guy. MicroStrategy is his company, right? So take a look at the dividends, pays monthly. Dividends pay monthly here. So now I'll give you an example. We'll just do a little bit of math so that you can see what I'm talking about. Let's take a look. You have to own the ETF before the ex-dividend date. So let's say we made the purchase over here on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of this week. So let's say I'm going to use random numbers just to give you an idea. No, don't compare to me. Don't compare to anybody else. I'm just going to use random numbers. It's literally just a random number. But let's say you put 50K into owning MSTY. So if we bought it on Monday, right, you'd be buying it anywhere near $20.31. So that would give you 2,400 shares. So here's the actual number, 2,461 shares. That's how much you can get for 50K worth on this past Monday. So if you had 2,461 shares during the ex-dividend date, they paid out 1.23 per share. So it's, let's see, 1.23. This would be a $3,000 dividend payment on the month. So your shares times the dividend payment comes out to $328 as a dividend payment. And this is a monthly dividend payment. So this is what I'm talking about in terms of passive sources of income. You didn't need to do anything to get this $3,000 payment. That's what I consider as passive, right? Just because you own this ETF during the ex-dividend date, you would get a dividend payment. Okay, so in terms of passive sources of income, this was number 3 of those options of what to do with that payout that you get from MyFundedFutures, from your funded account. What would you do with it? Create a passive source of income. What if it goes down? Yep. So now understanding dividends properly, 50K is your initial investment, right? So if your initial investment goes down, the total value of your initial investment will go down. So yes, your initial investment will fluctuate because price fluctuates, right? So that will also change your initial investment, right? So you do need a appreciating asset. So if you zoom out a bit, this thing has been appreciating, right? We're in an uptrend. We're seeing higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low. Maybe this thing goes and makes a new high again. We don't know that. We can't predict the future, but the prior information that's currently shown shows higher highs and higher lows. So this thing is appreciating. So now you're talking about an initial investment appreciating. So that 50K might be worth 55K now. And then on top of that, you get the dividend payment. So you could either use that dividend payment to add it to your initial investment. You can increase your initial investment, or that could be your monthly income, your passive source of income. Okay, so we just need to understand that, you know, in my opinion, we got to be making educated decisions. We're not just euphorically trading, just like we're not euphorically placing our money when we get payouts in random locations. I'm not the individual to be going and buying clothes, buying cars. I'm here to trade. When I trade, I'm looking to create a long-term vision that I can hand down to my kids' kids. So the purpose of this entire conversation, I know this was a little bit of a different conversation today, but it's because all we've done here is talk about day trading, which is great. And I highly appreciate my time here, but we also need to know what to do when we excel at day trading, right? The day trading is not the end all be all. I do plan on doing it for the rest of time, but we need to know what to do with the money when you get those withdrawals. Okay, so I did want to also have a long-term conversation with everybody, since the only conversations we've been having so far is short-term conversations. I've now handed you my day trading business, right? It's been about 2 months since I've been doing this live stream with everybody. Over that 2 months, we've gone over my entire day trading strategy. You now have my day trading business. I look to execute short-term trades during the week. When I create short-term trades, it's for the hope of getting a withdrawal. When I get a withdrawal, I then move that to long-term positions. Okay. The overall goal is to, one, either create retirement, right? You're building your own retirement by putting your money in appreciating assets, rental properties, or dividends. Or the goal is to store your cash somewhere to keep it forever. You can't lose to inflation, is what I'm trying to say here. You got to be able to do something with your money so that it lasts over a long period of time. So when your kids have kids, you have something to hand down. Okay. So we'll continue to keep day trading. We'll continue to keep showing our positions here. We'll continue to keep talking about the intraday stuff. But every now and then we're going to have this conversation as well, because we need to properly move forward as well. We can't just be right here. Okay. I'll be here until the end of time. So you'll be able to see the day trading. That's not an issue. But we need to know how to keep it as well. Like, producing it is great, but then what do you do after that is what matters. Because, you know, if you have $100,000 in withdrawals, but you spend $150,000 every year, that doesn't sound like profitability. I don't care how much money you make if you spend all of it. Sure, that might be a fun life, but, like, you know, that doesn't sound like a long-term option. If you're always going net negative, then you're going to have to keep working. You understand? See what I'm getting at here? We have provided the business. You've seen me execute it over a couple months now, but now we need to know what to do with the results of that business. Got to buy my kids a piano. You see, that's the whole purpose here. That's what I'm trying to get at. If I can't someday buy my kid that piano right there, if I can't get him that, look, I can't even pick it up. If I can't get my kid a piano at some point in time, then what am I doing here? God, I still love the piano comments even 2 months later. Thank you for that. Piano lessons for days. Very great conversation. I know that it was a little bit different today, but like I said, just like the giveaways, we got to change it up so that we're educating all aspects of this business. We got to keep changing it up so that we continue to keep providing value. This way, everybody slowly gets more insight to the business so that everybody gets more educated on what we're doing here. Goal is we come to MyFundedFutures. We get a prop firm challenge. You get through the eval. Once you get through the eval, build a nice buffer while paying yourself. Once you get to that point in time, then compound so that the payouts are larger. Once you've completed your compound, then that's where you go for the passive income. So you quite literally have an entire point of view in terms of day trading and how to move forward. You've also watched me do it. So, phenomenal session today. I'm very glad that we were able to have this conversation now. Once again, as we were watching the conversation, we pointed to some longs on ES. I still feel the same way about it. Anybody that took these longs, you got to be taking your profits, right? Don't be the guy or the girl, sorry. Don't be the person that says no to taking profit because it's 1 point away from your take profit. Don't be that stingy. It did a good job moving higher. Confirm that this is a winning trade, right? Whether you want to, there's two options here. Either raise a stop loss nicely into profit so that you guarantee 1.7R or just close the position. Okay. So amazing conversation. That did actually take up our time here for my segment. I got another, 6 minutes before Tom comes up on stage. So if you have any questions, if you have any information, I know I wasn't over there in chat during my conversation today. That's because I needed to get through the information first. But if you have any questions or information regarding that conversation, please feel free to throw it in chat now. We'll spend the last couple minutes answering any questions if there is any. If not, definitely stick around. Tom will be joining right after this. Amazing session, amazing life lessons. Yeah, so I'm speaking from experience. Thank you for the kind comment. I'm just gladly talking about my situation publicly. I have no issue sharing information. That's why I've been here on stream with everybody throughout the past couple months. This is how I approach my day-to-day life. You quite literally see me showing up to conduct my trading business. And then once I get done with my trading business, now you see what I'm working on outside of the stream, those passive sources. So now you get a full picture of the game plan. Active source of income is trading. The active source of income creates the passive source. Once the passive source is, 10x more than your daily expenses, that's what retirement is. That's the goal. That's what we're working towards here. Thanks for the wisdom. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for participating. I really appreciate all the questions and comments. Question: what do you do when the market is 6 ticks away from passing your expert account and then it reverses on you? Asking for a friend. I just explained the same exact thing. I don't care if you're 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 ticks, 4 ticks, 5 ticks. Anytime you're anywhere near your take profit, you take your profit. Don't be a stickler for a tick. If you're going to say no to taking profit because you're 4 ticks away from your take profit, you're going to run into a bunch of scenarios where this thing comes back and stops you out. So ask yourself, is being $100 away, $200 away, $300 away, is that better or worse than you blowing the account? You then hitting your stop loss after that? Like, in my opinion, let's think logically. Take the profit. Take the profit. Take the profit when the profit is given to you. Do you invest your money? Yes, that was the entire conversation too today. The active source of income creates the funds to purchase the passive sources of income. So yes, I work by day trading every single day. When I create withdrawals from day trading, I take that and invest it into passive sources of income. That was the entire conversation today. Ash, what's the easiest investment besides a savings account that we can put money outside of trading? Savings account or money market account, something that is less volatile, that still has an interest payment on it. You could do like a money market account. I believe those are 3 or 4% annually. Much smaller return, but it's smaller because it's safer. So, right, like MSTY, this is a higher income strategy. That's why it's higher risk. So this would be higher risk compared to a money market account. So if you want lower risk, you'll have a lower return. If you want higher risk, you'll have a higher return. So a money market account is another example of that. Tax-free pension account. Yeah, for the individuals that have pensions. That's contingent upon your day job. Not everybody has pensions. Ash, are you British? No, I am not. I'm from the US. I'm on the East Coast of the US. What a phenomenal conversation today. What a phenomenal conversation today. We can do this more often if you'd like. I know that we've really been focused on day trading. We can continue to have this conversation. That way that we understand the entire game plan, not just day trading. But we have focused on day trading because that's what we're doing here. We'll continue to keep sharing ideas, sharing trades, bringing guests onto the stream, doing giveaways, the whole nine. Every now and then, we'll throw in some education about long-term and whatnot. We can have that conversation. I do want to say thank you to everybody here. I greatly appreciate your time today. This is the end of my segment. I just wanted to take a moment to thank chat. It's really a pleasure getting to be around other like-minded professionals, people that continue to just keep working on their business every single day, every single week. It's very inspiring. It's very motivational. So thank you for participating. Thank you for being here. I'm very grateful to be able to go over this information because it provides a lot of muscle memory, a lot of repetition, a lot of information every single day. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on stage now. I really hope everybody has a great day. I will be here tomorrow at the same time. But now it's time for Tom's segment. So stick around for Tom's segment. I hope everybody has a great day. And let's welcome Tom up onto stage. Just give it a moment here, chat. Tom will be entering the stage any second.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning. Awesome. Thank you. And as always, I really enjoyed your segment. I was listening into the past 20 minutes and it was awesome as always. So thank you for all the valuable information. How's your trade going? I saw you took a trade, or are you in a trade? I'm not sure.
I didn't take this trade. I reviewed a short on NQ at New York Open. That was a nice move lower. And then after that, we had talked about ES trying to reach for all-time highs. So
nice.
It's doing a good job right now. That long that we did point out is now at 2R. So again, chat, if anybody is in that position, you got to be taking your profits. I do think that ES could potentially go and see new all-time highs. What about you, Tom? Do you think maybe ES could get its new all-time high too, or no?
I think so. It's still pushing a little bit higher, and it does seem like that it wants to reach some more highs. I'm a little bit like, I don't know. I'm going to stay on the sidelines for now as well, because it's just a bit of a coin toss situation, but we'll see. I'd like to see a little bit more push. Maybe I'll jump in, but I don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
Very good. Well, I'm very excited for your segment. I really appreciate your time too. So I'm going to grab a little snack, and then I'll head over to chat and enjoy your segment as well.
All right. Have a good one.
All righty. Have a good day.
Here we are again. Good morning, chat. Hello, everybody. Listen to Ash. He is like always giving the best and the super valuable information. Good to be back. Good to see all the names like yesterday and before yesterday and last week. It's always good to be back. I hope everybody made some profits. Okay. Welcome, special welcome and special good morning to the hosts and the mods of MyFundedFutures. The vibe is, as always, super positive. All right. I'm not going to say cheese. Maybe a little bit later. Who knows? All right. So I was also watching mostly like NQ, and I was also checking ES, like what's happening. It seems like it's trying to push higher. And I think ES is the driver right now, and NQ rides shotgun. So kind of an interesting situation. I feel like it really wants to push it one more time. And so that's why NQ, let's just go back to NQ. On the 5-minute, there are some fair value gaps here at 23,010 and a little bit higher. Let's see, 23,043. We should wait. So good morning. I see some familiar names from my stream as well. Welcome, everybody. And by the way, here's my YouTube handle if you guys would like to join. Hey, No Luck Pure Skill. Hello. Magnus, hello there. Abhishek, good to see you guys. So what happened? First of all, quick recap in the London session. In the London stream, we had a beautiful, beautiful trade. There was a 5-minute supply zone. So yeah, we started around 2 a.m. Eastern Standard this morning. We spotted out a beautiful 5-minute supply zone, and I took a trade on the 1-minute chart. Actually, oh my gosh, where I am right now. Oh, here it is. So I went down to the 1-minute chart, and I mean, the distance wasn't so bad. It was absolutely manageable. Hold on. So I used the ICT 2022 entry, as I always told you guys, and I entered on this fair value gap. I was a little bit hesitating, but this was a nice, strong move after the London Open. So I was like, we had an Asia high here at 23,038, and it was like 30 points-ish far, and this was low-hanging fruit in my understanding. And obviously, we had the zone, so I just took an entry. It was a beautiful trade. We had a good time in the London session. And now I had some stuff to do, some IRL stuff in my stream. I had to shut it down early, but I just got back to listening to Ash's segment. And I was also watching these fair value gaps up here. There's no specific level. Only one thing that I noticed, and you guys know, I'm looking for these zones day and night. This is my bread and butter, and I'm really not going to change anything on this. There is a zone that I really like up there. As far as ES is still going to push higher, I'm going to be looking for, well, let's just see. This is the 23,072-ish level. So I don't know. Is it going to go there? Who knows? Maybe the PM session is just going to, push it a little bit more. There's a fair value gap here and up there. I say if we can move into that 43 area, then we have a real good chance that we are going to push higher into 71. That's what I think so far in terms of forecast, but we'll see. We'll see. The car is good. The car is being fixed. You guys always concerned about the car, but don't worry, it's fine. I love my car. The issue was that the transmission fluid was leaking, but they fixed it, so all is good. Slowly. Yeah. We're getting there. Let's see what's going on. Okay, so what is happening here? Okay, nothing special. I do have some great topics for today as well. And by the way, if you guys would like to ask about trading and risk management before we dive into it, I'd be happy to answer. I'd be happy to answer some questions regarding risk management, trading, setups, technical analysis. That's why we're here. Reassessing, regroup, coming up with a plan for the PM session. As always, this is a Thursday, and this week is like pretty much sideways in the week. Yeah, like we talked about this on Monday, and this is the 4-hour chart. Everything pretty much played out as we thought it would be, like sideways action, pushing a little bit more highs here, and so far that's it. I don't really expect anything special today and tomorrow. So if you're in profit, I would suggest to walk away. But I know it's hard, right? Yeah, about that. I cannot confirm or deny anything about the code, but really, honestly, I cannot really tell you anything about that. No information. You know me, guys. I'm always leaking information to you guys, but I can't tell you anything. Ask me a little bit later, and maybe we'll tell something. I don't know. Do you trade every session? I try to. It's easy for me because I live in Europe, and so you guys are still in the past in the US. I'm in the future, but yeah, it's easy for me. I start to stream 8 a.m. in the morning in my time, so it's very good for me to start with the London session. And the New York Open in my time is 3:30. 3:30. Man, I have to, practice pronunciation a little bit more. But yeah, it's convenient. The only thing which is not convenient for me is the Asia session because I usually sleep at that time. My risk management strategy for the NQ, when the NQ is volatile, well, it's very easy. If NQ is doing the same thing as it did back in April, I would say there's two things you can do. Do not trade or go with like 1 micro. I mean, I do remember in the London session, we were having 1 minute candles of 100 points or 150 points. Jesus, that was like, wow. That was really, really, really crazy. Can you identify sideways market? Oh, yes. Oh, very good. Very good question, Trader H. Yes. So about the sideways market, just a quick. I have to type in here something. So there is a way. So there is a way, obviously. First of all, you might need to look on the news calendar, you got to look for, is there a news catalyst throughout the day? Now, obviously, we don't have red folder news on those days, and that's where you start. If you start trading in the New York session, that makes it a little bit easier to identify what is going on. If you look back to the London session and it's pretty much just sideways, obviously we had to move here, but You also measured the range, like what was the range in the London kill zone. Look at that. For how long it was only ranging in like 15, 17 points. And as I told you guys last time, I think last week we talked about this. If you're starting out in the 9:30 open, I would suggest to watch how the candles are printing in the first few minutes. Do not enter the market. Do not try to anticipate anything in the first few minutes. It's very dangerous. Obviously, many traders are doing it, but it's really dangerous. You will start to notice, and it comes with chart time, of how fast the candles are printing. Is there any specific level near at the market open that needs to be tagged? Like usually those levels are being taken out like relatively fast. But I would say it's somewhat depending on the speed of the candles or how they are printing. So, lower volume, lower volatility, usually. Candles are smaller, ranges are tighter, volume is low compared to trending days. Now, after some time, and that's why I'm saying chart time is needed here and experience, but don't worry, it will come automatically. You will see what the difference between a trending day or ranging or trending week or ranging week, if I would say so. So you look at the 4-hour chart and you see where we are now in the big picture or in the daily chart. So that's why the higher time frame analysis is also crucial. You look into that, you try to anticipate and just look back. That's why I said on Monday that first step, for example, here on the 4-hour chart, pretty much all-time high, and especially like this week, we were expecting some sideways movement. That is already in itself is forecasting and anticipating that we are going to see slow action and sideways market movements, which actually does happen, and it did happen this week. I would say overall, it's definitely going to take chart time. And I would just say, the market feels slow and unmotivated because we need those news. Like we don't have any. Do we have any news for the rest of the week? I don't think so. So especially if you see the range on NQ, if you see the London session was ranging in like 20 points, that's a no-go. Even if the after the 9:30 open, like as we are approaching to the 10 a.m. candle, you're seeing, obviously in New York, statistically, we can expect a bigger range. But I would say if you look back in the past few months and you try to compare those trending weeks, and if you see right now that in New York, that the first 20, 30 minutes after the open is like somewhat in like a 20 or 30 points range, then that's also a red flag. Like, that's not good. You need to see something more, and you need to see some specific levels to be taken out. It all comes together, Joseph, hello. It's good to be back. So anyway, it comes with chart time, is what I want to say. Yeah, so but obviously there's so much more into this. It all comes together with the small details, right? Let me know if you have questions about this. I'm happy to share my experience so far about the markets, about risk management. I do have 2 topics. Actually, you guys can choose, and gals, you can choose which one to take. I have 2 great topics. First, how to build a personal trading system that fits you and not Twitter. Okay, it has to do something with social media, and again, this is a psychological aspect, mental approach to trading, like how to build your own system and not just following someone's trade on Twitter or trying to compare yourself. Yesterday we talked about this, right? And how not to compare yourself to others. And the other topic I found for today is why getting funded is easy, but staying funded is the real game. So these are the 2 topics. I think we should talk about both, but if you have some ideas, I'm happy to dive into those as well. I think we should start with the why getting funded is easy and staying funded is a whole different game, right? Liam, hey, Liam, good to see you. Talked about being stuck between point of interest. That can happen also. Yeah. You're welcome, Trader H. Ivan Omits, hello. Hey, welcome. Yeah. It does tend to look like that. Yeah. Personal system. Okay. Then let's go with the personal system. Okay. I like that. It comes down with, comparing yourself to others. Roman Arts, hello. I'm not a mob boss. I left that life behind. It was not an easy money-making progress. So that was hard times. So I have to leave that life. I started a new life in trading. Tom, how to be like Tom? There's a different course for that. You have to visit my YouTube, and there is a course, especially that's the title, How to Be Like Tom. Okay, so that takes a lot of more effort. Do you cut? Yes, I cut my own hair with the help of a very nice guy at the barber shop. No, I don't. I try to. Actually, I tried that, but no car reveal. We're going to dive into the psychology, Can you emote? I don't understand. Can I? How do you mean? I have a 50K funded with 1K of drawdown left. What do you recommend to do? 1K of drawdown is actually quite a lot. Really. Red dip, green rip. I like the name. 1K is quite a lot. And I would say, obviously, go with micros. You can get yourself out from that drawdown. It's still super easy. 1K is enough for a lot of things. Okay. Go with 1 to 5 micros, depending on your stop loss, 2 setups or 2 trades a day. And that's it. Maximum. Okay. That's what you should do. I do everything. Yes. I have so many side hustle business. That's more than enough. Exactly. Full port. No full porting. No. It's that's the point. That's the point, because it's like, oh man, we have to talk about this too, but I'm going to talk about this maybe tomorrow specifically. Like, why do people think that once you're in drawdown, and I'm sorry, it's not like I don't want to, say any negative or anything, but it's a bad habit. Like, you're in a drawdown, and I'm sorry for using this example, you're left with 1K drawdown, and you think like, oh my God, I don't care. I'm just going to full port it. Who cares? Because I'm just going to reset my account. And obviously you can, because I'm sorry, MyFundedFutures is just throwing away reset codes, and so many good deals here on MyFunded TV. It's just, nobody does this, really. Nobody. No other prop firm is doing this, guys. So I know, your brain is starting to take these bad habits like, oh, no problem. I'm just going to reset. But no, that's not the thing you should do. You have to fight until the end with the proper risk management. You got to prove yourself that you can get yourself out of the hole. Okay? Even if you can't, even if you're, on a losing streak with your edge, so be it. But don't full port on your last 1K drawdown, because you can reset the account. That's awesome. But that's building up bad habits. Okay? We are here to keep the accounts for the long term and go to the live account. Okay? That's the goal. Build up the account, accumulate those profits. Obviously, sometimes you do need to take a payout. But anyway, that's account management. So that's a different topic. But the goal is to go to the live account. Can we full port this? Can we full port if it's the last day of rebill? If it depends. If it's the last day of rebill and you are in a drawdown below the initial balance, you have my blessing. Okay? God bless you. You have my blessing to full port if it's just 1 day before the rebuild and you are in drawdown. All my blessings are yours. Full port it. Who cares? Worst case scenario, you're going to get rebuilt tomorrow. That's the only thing when you're that's the only occasion when I let you to full port. Otherwise, I forbid you. Okay? I forbid you to full port. That's the only time when you can. So, yeah. I cannot confirm or deny anything about the code. I really would leak some information, but I just can't. So again, if you're below your initial balance, then I would obviously go crazy, right? Go crazy. Do it, like do it with the DEW. Do it, just do it. When the market is calling you, you just look back at the market and you smile and you say, yeah, I'm doing it. Who cares? It doesn't matter anyway. So yeah, that's the only thing. You do that. If you're in profit, obviously don't do it. Okay. Even if you're in just $500 of profit or just $300 of profit above your initial balance, I wouldn't go crazy on the account because you're just decreasing your odds, right? Because you're going to get rebuild. And obviously you have like $500 of profit on your account. Why do you want to go crazy on that? Because that's how less you need to do on your next 30 days. Okay, so that's how easy it is. Yeah, I'm the cousin of Liam Neeson. Now or never. So that's the only time. Have you talked to Terry about this no full porting? No, but we're going to have a special stream about full porting. I can promise. Okay. Let me know if you have questions because we're diving into the personal system creation. How awesome it sounds. So again, I know there's some questions about codes. I cannot confirm or deny, but all I can tell you, cover your ears there. Just stick around, okay? Stick around. Stick around. That's all I can tell you. So, personal system creation. What an awesome segment. Wow. Seems like someone from the future. Anyway, it's cool. Okay, so the topic was, if I have no questions about risk management, we're going to dive into it. And so how to build a personal trading system that fits you, but not Twitter or X. Sorry. So obviously, we are seeing a lot of information in social media, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. There are Discords, and there are very good systems out there. I know, and I totally understand that. I myself also subscribed to a mentorship like 4 years ago, and it was great. It was awesome. So nothing wrong with that. I mean, nothing like that, but I just want to say that a system is only as good as your ability to follow it. Okay. So if you see someone, for example, you see me talking about these zones, you see me talking about these entries and all that such, it's awesome. But and if you like it, I know we have some new people on my stream, which is super awesome. I love the community, but it's only as good as your ability to follow it. Because there's so many things out there, right? And you won't follow something that doesn't feel like yours, right? So only follow those setups, those people, or those kind of social media posts that lines up with you. Like, I know not everybody is liking ICT concepts, or maybe ICT himself, or it's too complicated. That's why I keep saying that for many of you, it's better to just use a simple trend line breakout, or I don't know, opening range breakout, or something like that. Anyway, no, it's not mean. So I just want to say that, first of all, you have to think about that, okay? you need something that matches your schedule. You need something that is matching your risk tolerance, your emotions. Okay, these are heavy things like schedule, risk tolerance, emotions, your cognitive style, like how patient you are. Are you like reactive person? Are you an analytical person? You like to analyze the charts first, like you draw all kind of stuff and outline everything on the chart, because that's cool too if you like to do that. Or what is your market preference? Do you only trade gold or futures, like indices, micros, minis, high volume, low volume? So there's so many things that is going to make you is going to define your system differently than that person that you might follow. Even if you see me calling out some levels, and I must say that in the past few weeks, we were calling out these levels on the stream very nicely. So we have some very positive comments, and I am super happy about that. And hold on. And I'm super happy about that. We had good results. But in itself, it doesn't mean that it's going to fit your personality as well. Okay. Okay, right. Understood. Use trend lines and algo lines straight away. That's also good. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, moving on. Was there a code? Oh my God, I wasn't even watching. I was so much into the, okay, story mode again. There was a code, right? I wasn't even watching the screen. That's sometimes I just, look at the chat. There was no code. Okay. I thought because I was just watching the chart. Okay. All right. Keep it calm. I don't know. We're just gonna stick around. I told you. Oh, sorry. Oh, cool. I wasn't watching the screen for a minute. I scared you guys. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I apologize. So market preference, cognitive style, emotions, risk tolerance, and schedule. These are all mattering. If you're only able to trade in the Asia session, then you might gonna need to use a different trading system that you see people using on a volatile New York session, right? Systems can be working differently. The edge can be playing out differently. I'm sorry, Thunderbird. I'm sorry. I owe you. I'm sorry. So, yeah, these systems can be different on different, times of the day. Also, there are some red flags if your trading system is someone else's. For example, you follow someone's call outs, but you never feel confident. Like I did that too back in the years. Like I was watching some forums, some channels and such, some signals. I even tried signal service many years ago. Like, oh, this would be good, but that's not going to give you any kind of confidence. Obviously, it's not going to help you to develop your system. Okay, or you bail on trades early because they don't feel right. Again, the lack of confidence because you're following someone else or some other system that you think it's working and you just did the strategy hop. You're just messing up your whole confidence and conviction about the analysis. That's something you shouldn't do. You keep modifying the strategy daily to avoid losing. So even if you have some sort of an edge, a good system, for example, you just keep modifying the rules. That's also something that's a red flag. Okay. And you're unsure what to do when the market gets weird. These are also things that actually going to guide you back to the same spot of that you must have not just not just the strategy, but you must have all the data from backtesting. We say this every day, not just me. Other hosts are talking about this too, like Ash was talking about this. I'm talking about this almost every day. These things, like being unconfident and just not sure of what you're doing and feeling weird about a certain trade, this is all red flag and proof that you don't really have a strategy, or you don't have the data that you can work with, right? So just saying, that's why it's important. Or worst case scenario, you don't understand why your setup works, so you learn something from someone or from social media, or you just download some, I don't know, a PDF document, or you download an Excel sheet or whatever that gives you a few checkpoints of what to look for to enter into the market. You can follow that, but do you really understand what is going on, or why that system is giving you a long entry or a short entry, even if it's a set of indicators, right? That's why I'm saying, if you're using a set of indicators, that's awesome. I'm also testing indicators all the time. But do you understand why that particular indicator is giving you a signal? That's something that's something you need to understand. All right, I just set up something. So in itself, just to have an indicator in itself is not enough. That's why knowing market structure, knowing those levels, and doing your analysis is still crucial. You're not going to get away with just a simple indicator. Like, okay, if it goes this point, if this EMA or SMA is crossing this and this, it's not going to be that simple. So you still need to learn the basics. So whatever is the path that you're choosing, you must find valuable education. And at that point, it is always good to look for a good community. For example, here on MyFunded TV, or you can obviously follow a good-looking, handsome streamer on social media who can guide you what to do, right? So obviously, these are the things you must understand, how the market works before even jumping in by using a system or indicators. Okay. Moses, winning always comes. I mean, you just have to be paid. If you stick around enough time with MyFunded TV, everybody's going to win. Once more. Not yet. So, yeah, you need to understand the structure still. You're not going to get away with an indicator. If your system needs someone else's tweet or anything to activate it, it's not your system. If you need confirmation from someone else to give you, the go ahead to enter the trade, that is not good. That is not something you look for. One of the reasons, besides the codes, you're here, is to gain some education, some experience from traders and the hosts who are giving you all this valuable information. These are not shortcuts that we are actually talking here. Methodical Man is here. Hello. These are not shortcuts that we're giving here. There's no shortcuts in trading. I truly believe that. But in a certain way, if you take away these small informational bits into your trading style and strategy, that's definitely going to help you to become a little bit better trader. All right. All these informations, just like Ash said it, he's talking from experience. On all the other hosts, these are super, super valuable informations. Definitely, like, not a real shortcut, but definitely, if you truly value this information that we share here on MyFunded TV, it's definitely going to help you to become a little bit better every week. Okay, it's not going to happen, like an aha moment in like a minute or a day. But if you stick around and you learn, it's definitely going to speed up the process a little bit. So that's all I can tell you. So just stick around. All I can tell you. All right. Stick around and all will be good. That's all I can tell you. I love the questions. Yeah, I love the questions. I do. Oh yeah. MyFundedFutures always providing lots of free stuff too. I know. My favorite color. I'm not sure if there's one favorite color I like. I like the color blue. Oh my gosh, look at the screen. Oh my God, did I say it too loud? Everybody, I don't want to scare you, but everybody, super fast, go. Come on. I'm seeing something. So as we continue with the topic, so we talked about these red flags. Now, let's just go through step by step how to build a system that fits you. Okay. So step 1, know yourself. I know. It sounds a little bit weird, right? Know yourself. Like, what kind of a question is this? I'm the people's host. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Ricky. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. Congratulations to the winners. I hope you guys got it. I'd like to see some W's. Awesome. So, know yourself first. Like, can you watch the screen all day or only like a short window of time? That's very crucial before you're setting up your system, or what kind of system are you using? Because if you're only able to trade for a short period of time, it's obviously a little bit harder. Like, if you not really, if you're looking to be a swing trader, awesome. So if you're looking to be a swing trader, obviously you don't need too much time. But since we are day trading mostly here on futures and with MyFundedFutures, obviously you cannot hold the trades throughout the day. But if you're putting on a trade in the New York AM session, you might be able to hold it throughout the end of the day. But I would say if you only have a short period of time to trade, you might gonna have to look into scalping. Okay. So that is just an idea. So first of all, you need to ask yourself, like, do you need to, or are you watching the screen all day or just a small period of time? Do you feel better scalping or holding the positions? That's number 2. Or number 3, do you like high win ratio or big risk to reward ratio? What is better for you? Like, you can have a 90%, you must have a 90% win ratio. I know it sounds crazy if you're working with a negative risk to reward, right? I do know some people here in my country who are actually working with the negative risk to reward ratio. Oh, big boy, just a second there. So if you have a negative risk to reward ratio, you must have like an 80% win rate or 75 or higher. You must have, because that's how it works. How do you deal with losses? I was having whiskey many years ago. Nowadays, I'm just going with a glass of wine. Have you ever thought that you might lose your profitability? Yes, when I'm going to be 92 years old in an elderly home, I'm going to lose my profitability. But that time, I'm going to have so much money from day trading prop firms that actually I won't even remember it. So, yeah, that's my plan. So, Hey, good afternoon. Good. Yeah, that was the best answer. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's good to have, a glass of wine. I mean, not always. By the way, I'm not a big drinker or anything like that. At the summertime, I take a small beer at the beach. That's it. And, at Christmas, I drink a glass of wine. It's usually that's it. That is it. Yes, there's going to be Matt. Stay here for Matt's segment. He's very, very good. Lots of valuable information. He's going to be here shortly, so stick around. I still have some extra to say about this. So you must decide before you build your system. Like, do you go for high win ratio or big risk to reward? Obviously, if you're looking for a big risk to reward, like not just 1 to 2, but 3R, 4R. I do know that it's very popular, especially in social media. Like everybody is keep having like 3R, 5R trades, which is super cool. But you must understand that no matter how good you are, I mean, obviously you can be very good, but with a 5R setup, you must expect a win ratio even below 50%, like 35-40% win ratio. You must expect more losses. It's just what it is. So there's always a fine line there, and there it's not. So how should I put this? It's not going to be always like that. That even if you have a 5R setup, you must accept, even if you move your stop to break even, that those full TP levels are not going to be hit as often as you go with a 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 level. But I guess you guys already know that, right? You were short. You got out early. Hey, Pedro. As long as you're green, it's all good, That's all that matters. And so, build a system around your strengths, but not someone else's tempo, right? So because it works for someone else, it definitely doesn't mean it doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. Okay. Also, step number 2 is find a market structure that you understand. Okay. Some people love trend breaks, or other traders are loving market reversals, or some traders need some kind of visual structure. Some people are using bookmap or any other things, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's cool, but it does not necessarily mean that it's going to work out for you too, right? Start with what makes the most sense to your brain and not what's popular, okay? And until this day, because especially in 23, I think ICT was much more popular in 2023, by the way, but I'm not going to go into that. The hype was, I think the ICT hype was on its peak in 2023 and early 24. Everybody was all over ICT. That doesn't mean that a simple trend line system is not working. And I think people and traders keep forgetting that the most simple systems are somewhat the most profitable. And we keep forgetting this. So I was looking into the basics. I tried everything basically. And I do understand. For me, I can fairly say that I have an understanding of the market, and that comes with chart time for you guys as well. I can fairly say that I do have an understanding of the market. When someone puts a mechanical system, let it just be a simple trend line break or a bull flag or bear flag break system, whatever, to me with the check marks, I'm fairly confident that I would be profitable with it. Like not in the day one, but like in the first 2 months, I would be profitable with the simple trend line break system, because it's also just risk management, right? But people keep forgetting that it's not always what's most popular in social media. Hey, Ed, what's going on? So, not a fan of trend line, Leo, understand. I understand. you can use anything else. You can use supply, demand, support, resistance, ICT, smart money. You can just actually there was an experiment with a coin toss. It was a few years ago with day trading. I'm going to find this for next time. They were using they were actually flipping a coin to decide which direction is the market going to go, up or down. So they were flipping a coin and they entered the market at the same time every day. They entered the market with the same risk management, and they did like, I don't know that it was it 100 or 1,000. I think it was maybe 1,000 trades. Not like one trade per day, but it was like 1,000 trades with the coin flip, with the same exact risk management. And guess what happened? At the end of the 1,000 trades, they ended up break even. I know, right? I'm going to find this article because it's very interesting. So you can use anything you like. It's not always the most popular thing that's going on. So that was really interesting. I'm going to find that article for next time. I was really amazed about this. With the simple coin flip they were trading. No market structure, no overcomplication of levels and smart money things and everything. Nothing. No zones, nothing. Just a simple coin flip. And it works. Fascinating, right? I know. So anyway, find a market structure that you understand or that you can align with. And step number 3 is start with one setup. But we talked about this partially. Just one simple setup, okay? Nothing more. And until this day, like I'm sticking with one simple setup. Actually, now I'm learning 2 setups. I mean, I did know that second setup, but that's a different level. One setup. Once you are switching to 2 or 3 setups, I told you that you're actually doubling or tripling your risk. The more setups you apply on the same day, on the same market, you're just basically increasing your risk, because you can keep saying like, okay, but I'm still just risking $100 or $200 on the day. I mean, on one trade, but all the setups are having different edge, right? Everything has a different edge, and the numbers are changing. If you're working with 2 entry models on NASDAQ, for example, there can very well be contradicting signals on your trading day, throughout your trading day. One setup is telling you to go short, the other setup is going to tell you to go long. For example, there's a good example actually. I want to take, not the trade. I want to show you guys this example. This is the 5-minute chart, and there's a fair value gap. And I do have this setup. I talked about this setup in my stream a few months ago because I backtested this one as well, and it really works. This candle formation here, I'm going to zoom in. All you need is a fair value gap, and all you need, if you're bearish, is a bullish candle in that level, and the bearish candle that is not trading higher than the previous bullish candle, but actually trades lower than the previous bullish candle. It's even better when it's closing down with the body here. Obviously, if it's a big bearish candle, it's not that good, so it shouldn't be bigger than like 50% of the body of this previous candle. But this is exactly a setup that tells you to go short, right? And here, you just go short. Awesome, right? One setup. Cool. But look at this. You might be using the 5-minute ICT entry model here. 2022 entry model. Boom. Oh, look at that. We have a long entry. Now what do? You can't hedge, obviously, on futures. So this is going to get you into a difficult position. You have to make a choice. Like, are you going to go with this? Obviously, you're in profit. I know the answer. Yeah, I know. But let's assume that the fair value gap is here. Okay, so forget about this. But let's assume that the fair value gap is here, and you have a setup from this fair value gap. So what do? Right? So Just saying that it's quite difficult sometimes. And if you go with 2 setups or even 3 setups, you are just increasing your risk. Even if you're risking small on a specific setup, I would strongly advise to stay with 1 setup. Even if you're getting more experience, and if you're getting more results and you're getting payouts, I did realize this as well. Like, I was trying to go with more setups. You're just going to double and triple your risk. So basically, that's the thing that you have to go with. And so 1 setup, you have to define your entry criteria. We talked about this. I'm just going to go through real quick. Entry criteria, your risk management, how much you want to risk, the ideal conditions, like which time of the day are you looking, for example, to enter the trade, kill zones, etc. So there are some stuff there. Trade management, are you putting your trade to break even, or are you taking partial profits? These are questions that are significantly changing your edge, right? Every small detail is significantly changing the numbers and the outcome. That's why if you modify 1 small thing, then you have to go back and backtest again. Okay. So like, the stop, the target rules, and etc. Backtest it, trade it. For example, on a demo account, you can trade it like forward testing. Don't do it for too long, maybe a week or 2. All right. Just forward test your entry. But obviously, if you're very confident and you have enough data, then you can jump in with an evaluation account, right? Go with a starter account. No activation fee if you're new, all right? So so only expand to more setups after you definitely gained more experience and most likely payouts from the market. So I think that was really, really crucial to talk about this. And if you guys have questions about this, let me know. I still have a few minutes until Matt comes around, and I'd be happy to answer some questions. I don't think I want to go into the other topic because that would take more time. Vizla, hello. Since you're from Hungary, are you always hungry? I never heard this question. But I am always hungry. The problem is I do love to eat. Thank you, Raleigh. Thank you. So I think we needed to talk about this because it's really important to identify if you have a working system or are you just copy trading. You must gain confidence. I think the goal is to gain that confidence in your system, whatever is it that you're using. Financial Fred, good afternoon. And MSG UFO, welcome. Hungry for profits, exactly. Jonathan, hello. Skinny people already. I'm not skinny. That's the problem. You're welcome, Oscar. Living, hello. Thank you. I'm green on the day. I don't know. I think I'm up around $1,000. I mean, guys, did you know like Matt is doing 10K days? Like yesterday, I saw him making 7K a day. How awesome is that? It's kind of cool, right? Hey, Karsten, good to see you. Karsten is always in our stream. Super nice. Thanks for being here. So, as I was saying, the goal is to gain more confidence in your trading setup, in your entry model. You must collect all that data, and that's why it's so crucial to have forward testing as well. I got the question today too on my stream that what should one do when there's no real results, just grinding on evaluation account every now and then. Even hello, I would say if you have an edge, because I know we talked about it yesterday and it's super hard to find the edge as well, but keeping yourself to the guidelines, to the rules, that's even harder, especially on a funded account. But just do that, try it out, give yourself time, because if you're not doing this at least for like a week or two, just go in with small position with like a micro, and test your entries, forward test your entry model, then it's not going to do you any good anyways. You're just going to waste 2 weeks of your life if you're just oversizing and doing crazy risk management, right? Hola. Hello, Yulimar. Verbon, hello. Yeah, I traded today, London session and a little bit before New York stream, off stream. Hindsight, that's what I do. No, I don't. I mean, I did that yesterday once, but yeah. Life of Lou, hello. I must say I did enjoy this segment again. I know it's summertime. The markets are really sideways right now. And obviously, statistically speaking, the best months should be coming around September, October, November. So everybody's waiting for that time of the year. Yeah, exactly. He's spreading the risk on multiple accounts. And, as Matt said yesterday and the other he said it many times. He's not copy trading. I'm not copy trading either. And guess what? And this is a little bit of an account management technique. If you have multiple accounts, I said this on my first day here, like the way I was able to finally achieve, above 10K per month on trading payouts was because I was rotating my account. I was not copy trading, and I know it sounds weird. Nothing wrong with copy trading. I'm just saying I was very comfortable. I was, no stress. I could manage my risk. I could hold on to my trades because I was keep thinking like, I don't care, because I'm not that I don't care, but it's all right, because even if I lose, I still have like 9 other funded accounts. But that's the different thing. I'm just saying that even if you have 2 or 3 funded accounts, do not copy trade. It's much better if you're rotating them and, spreading the risk, especially if you are on a losing streak. Obviously, when I was on a losing streak like 2 weeks ago, and I hit the daily loss limit on 2 of my funded accounts, that was a huge red flag that, okay, I'm not touching my other 8 funded accounts. No way. I'm just, walking away, and that's it. And that's why it's crucial. That's why it is crucial. So let me know if you guys have questions about that. But I think my time is up. I think. So again, thank you everybody for having me. This was an awesome segment. And the chat is always super positive. I do love the vibes. I love being here at MyFunded TV. Everybody is great. So, and you stick around because Matt is going to give super awesome values as well. And he's having a bit of a different approach of the markets, like the technicals, the fundamentals. I like to lurk in the background. The other day I was listening to his stream. I was like, should I type in the chat something or not? No, I would just keep listening to him. He has that charming voice, I'm listening like, it's not just looks like me, but the voice is also like, okay, I could fall asleep for this. I used to watch Lieutenant Columbo on the television, but next time I just could have put in Matt's stream. Super awesome. So so yeah, so I just want to say this was a good segment, and thanks for all the positive vibes and everything. And as I said, just stick around because lots of values are here at MyFunded TV, and no place else where you can get so much free stuff, really. Right? And tomorrow is Friday, so just keep it slow on the London session. All right? Don't do anything crazy. Anything crazy in London. Hypnotic voice, exactly, Coach Fred. I think I guess he has something new. Must be. So, yeah. I just want to say thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to say goodbye now. The transition is almost ready. So again, bye, everybody. Everything was great. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay here for Matt. Positive vibes all day, okay? I'm going to keep waving, and goodbye, everybody. Just,
Hey, what's up, guys? And thank you for that, Tom. I am so glad to be catching the end of your show there. Like always, great wisdom, man. Yeah, so thank you. Also said he liked the sound of my voice. That's really nice, Tom. It's all mic effects. That's where all the magic comes from. Just all the real nice audio effects. Wearing my 4th of July glasses, clearly just to celebrate this awesome week. W's for Tom and chat, guys. Thank you. And also, as you know, as usual, 5-figure day. I always do the sticky note if I have a great day. Today was a good day. My stream was awesome today. I was down. Now I'm fighting back. I managed to turn all of my accounts green-ish before the stream. And then while I'm sitting here listening to Tom talk, the remainder of the accounts flipped green. So yeah, as you see the bottom right of the screen, these are all my accounts. They do have some unfortunate news just to share with you guys. I did bust 2 of my accounts like a week ago. I had taken payouts, so this is not MyFunded. This is another prop firm, ones I've been trading for a long time. But essentially, the story with that is, hold on, let me get ready to go here. Hold on, hanging on to this. Let me look at something real quick. So the story with, so I'm long one contract here off of this stip right now, and I'm just hanging on to it to see if I get some movement. The story with this was that I had 2 100K accounts and 2 50K accounts. I was trying both of them out with a new firm that I started using. And the 50K, I was thinking like they had different rules, right? And I hated the idea of having to trade 2 50Ks and 200Ks together, but I still hung with it. So I got some payouts. I got about 10K worth of payouts. And then once I took my second round of payouts, those accounts are right back to the starting point. And then I was kind of fighting them back and forth. And they finally just hit the DLL a couple days and I busted. So with that being said, I got rid of the 250s and got another 100. So now what you used to see is on my picture was 4 accounts, 1 account, and 5 accounts, right? Now you will start seeing from this day forward 3, 1, and 5. So the one that used to have 4 has 3 now, just so you guys are like, where's that other account? So yeah, I am human. I bust accounts sometimes, and those 2 didn't make it. But I did get $10,000 of payouts before they went out. So at the end of the day, that's a win in my book. So it should be good. But now I'm starting fresh as of a couple days ago with another 100K, which is good. But it does happen. Incredible recovery. It was good. Yeah, so today's some A+ setups I was working with today. Let me share it with you guys. And the way that it works, now we had, this is the same exact day as yesterday. Yesterday had the same setup, didn't it? We know how liquidity pockets work here, Rocket Scooter. Liquidity pockets are a massive sink of buyers that really have a hard time breaking. Bear zone, bull zone, the space between them is rock solid for buyers. Market opened, we fell to a couple of pivots. I longed here, pretty heavy. Then we lost and I stopped out. I longed there again on the reclaim. I lost and stopped out. I longed there again, got the trade, made the money. And then I fought it again on the second drop and got the same trade there again. Trading is not about getting the direction right the first time. It's about managing your position. The real art of this, now again, we're losing this level a second time. This didn't get any better. We're experiencing a lot of sector rotation. Let me go ahead and cut that. I'm going to walk away from this and wait. What happened today was pretty interesting. So the S&P was way up and NASDAQ was way down. We saw a lot of sector cycling. The easiest way to see that is on the Rocket Scooter platform. There's a little light that tells you when there's index divergence to alert you to sector cycling. And what does that word actually mean, right? People, big firms are like dumping something to buy something else. The S&P is usually stable. NASDAQ's usually dumping, would tell you that people are getting out of like tech, telecom. So the big three components of NASDAQ are communication services, XLC. Let me give you guys this link if you guys never used the sector tracker. Those of you trading NASDAQ and S&P, kind of want to know this. It's a great site. I just typed in the chat. You guys can add that to your little Rolodex of things you open up pre-market. I always have the same thing as open pre-market: economic calendar, financial juice for news, sector tracker. In bull markets, you will see a lot of people moving out of one thing and moving into another thing. So what happens is the market quickly dives and comes back up. How do you determine if it's cycling or bearish, right? And I'll tell you guys my tricks. Number one is you can easily identify sector cycling by a couple of things. Number one is sometimes you'll see the NASDAQ resilience less than zero and the S&P resilience is positive, which means the S&P is doing very well and the NASDAQ is not. So what do you trust? Well, you trust the S&P because it really highlights all of it. The S&P contains all the sectors. So if the S&P is not selling off, then the market's not selling off. NASDAQ might, because NASDAQ is basically three major components. You got communication services, XLC, healthcare at XLV, and the technology, XLK, are the primary components of NASDAQ. Clearly, comms were down like over 1%. Tech was down over 1% this morning, and everything else was up. Now, midday, everything else is pulling back a little bit, and NASDAQ is becoming less bad. So what happened is the market opened here. Some firms were dumping tech at the same time as buying something else, and now the S&P is taking a little bit of profit, and maybe people are rotating out of that to jump back into tech. So you're seeing a little bit of seesaw activity going on today, and that's causing the market to seesaw a little bit. I took profit on this trade right here. I bought on this dip there. I've been making this scalp like all day long, betting on sector cycling, and it hasn't really been that bad of a day. Out the door, the NASDAQ pressure shouldn't have broken this orange line. It should have held. Most days should hold above this orange line, but it did, and it created a chaotic trigger event, but brought me to liquidity pocket. I bought here with the stop at 912. That was actually my stop, which is kind of funny because it went right up to it. 40 points off of bull zone bottom. You guys know my standard. 40 points is always my stop. It hit my stop. Darn, I stopped out. Went right up to there. I was like, oh, that sucks. Jump back in. Hit my stop a second time. I'm like, oh, that sucks. Jumped right back up. So imagine the pain I felt being down like $6,000-7,000. Wasn't my favorite. But then once we reclaimed, I took it a third time because statistical-based trading means every single time I have to take the attempt. The trickery is in managing position. That was a loss. This was a loss. And then this was a gain. That was a gain. Win. Market went up, fell down to here. I longed a second time slightly above the pivot because we had a better approaching resilience, meaning that more S&P stocks had filled their gaps. So because the more stocks have filled their gaps this way, it's less likely that this will find lower lows. And that's basically how that works. That's basically it. Now on the reclaim of orange, I'll jump right back into this. This kind of scared me a little tiny bit. I took profit off of that, and then right on reclaim of orange, I'll jump back in. So let's hang on to that. And that was it. Oh my goodness. Questions you guys have for me about anything today? I always love sharing my trades. I always love sharing what I do. I love whenever I take some heat at the start of the day. Trust the process. Statistical based trading means that if 90% of days will close above orange, every time we touch orange, I need to be on the long. And every time it scares me out, I get out of the way. But I'm betting that we stay above orange. So now let me try to do this and do this one more time. We're back at orange. Let's jump in on one. Actually, it's a second reclaim and things are slightly better here. No, they're actually not slightly better. Darn. Okay. I was just like, if I want to do two instead of one. NASDAQ is not doing slightly better. Let me do two anyways. Bullish enough. Let's take it. I'm going to take the bet that the stocks get better. Another thing is that whenever sectors are cycling, I always go through and double check in Rocket Scooter platform what all the major big seven are doing. The Mag 7 here, NVIDIA has bullish support. It's a BLD, which is fine. Bull long. Apple, nice and clean with bull support underneath that. Amazon, nice and clean with bull support underneath that. Everything just fell to support and then pivoted and turned around. Microsoft fell to support. holding monthly hedge pressure. Microsoft is good. Like nothing looks super bad. Apple was the only, or Meta was the one that kind of broke through bull supports. But other than that, the majority of them are doing good. Meta was Tesla. Tesla's okay today. Tesla is holding bull support, and Google breaking bear resistance and breaking up into a squeeze. So Google's looking good today to keep this market going. So other than that, I'm not really too afraid of what I'm seeing. The NASDAQ did cycle down hard. The index divergence light is not red anymore. So the stock market is no longer cycling. Now it's going to pick up a trend, whether it's bullish or bearish. You got to make the call on that yourself and decide. The S&P, after a little bit of selling pressure here, is back up to highs. And so the divergence light has gone away because now the S&P is good, and the NASDAQ is kind of getting right back on pace with it. The index divergence is alerting me to sector cycling, so that's pretty cool. So the S&P back up to highs, NASDAQ basically back on the same spot. I grabbed 2 contracts right at orange. My trade is 2301 to 043. It's a 1-to-1 setup to there, but 1.5 to 1 if I hold it all the way to half cap, which will be good. So I'll take it all the way up. I also long it in my MyFundedFutures account, the one that's up $3,200, bottom right of the screen. And that is also up $600 now. So I'm actually making a little bit more on that. So the only 2 accounts that I'm longing, everything else is met profit target. So I can't make any more because of consistency, but I am crushing. So I think Dow will go up with the cycling. It's hard to guess because Dow is not a market cap weighted index, and Dow doesn't contain every stock. So Dow is kind of hard to read compared to the other 2. Dow usually goes up when the S&P goes up because Dow is diversified with every sector, but Dow doesn't have every particular stock. Like example, today, Google is up, but Meta is down, right? And so you might have some different effects in the Dow Jones because of what stock is in the index, if that makes any sense, right? So the Dow Jones will have like, let's see, I forgot all the stock in the Dow Jones. It's been a while. It is, okay, come on, website. Where's the Wikipedia here? There we go. So of like the big tech, Dow Jones has Amazon and Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. But like Google, for instance, is not part of the Dow Jones, right? And Google's the best performing one. And because of that, you know, it's going to be lacking a little visibility to all the stocks that are moving. Google is the best performing stock right now in the entire NASDAQ. If you look, Google has basically, well, let's look at Google. Google is the best performing one. So you see how Google's just ripping through. Google hit monthly hedge pressure, kept going. Google's in a gamma squeeze right now. So the Dow Jones will not see that. Thank you for letting me know. Apple, Amazon, UNH, and Microsoft. Thank you. These are the major components of the NASDAQ, and NVIDIA, right, to add to your list. Well, I guess in Visa as well, right? Isn't Visa part of the NASDAQ? I know Pepsi is, but Pepsi is not in the Dow Jones. Coke is in the Dow Jones, but not Pepsi. So there's a lot of, sometimes it's missing some stocks and lacking some stocks, but Dow is really hard to predict because it doesn't contain all the stocks, right? And it might do its own thing just because NVIDIA could be selling off and Google could be rallying, and the NASDAQ could be flat and the Dow Jones could be selling, right? And so Dow is hard to gauge. It's like its own animal, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't touch it because of that. It's not a fully represented index. It's kind of incomplete, so I don't even touch it. What's up, guys? What's up, Tyler? Hey, what's up, son? Good to see you. What's the next A+ setup? This is the one I just jumped in. My next A+ setup is taking the chase here on the orange. That is my next A+ here. That's it. Here to there, I'm betting on. I'm hoping I get it. On my stream earlier today, people were asking what hedge pressure is, and I drew this fan. It was kind of a funny little drawing I did. Hedge pressure and liquidity pockets are basically a fan. It's hedging, or like net long pressure due to hedging, that the market pushes kind of away from hedge pressure. It pushes this way and it pushes this way. Whatever side you're on, you will see a push from it. And so earlier today, I was drawing like a fan just to kind of explain what liquidity pocket was going to do. It's just a slight bullish pressure all throughout here that is going to, and this is my awesome drawing of a fan. And I had this on my stream and it was like whoosh, 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 whoosh. And it's just hedging from here. And then, then on the stream, I like moved it to here. And then like right when I moved it to the level there, it's like market pushes up. So let's see if we have the same good luck today. Like I moved the fan to there. Let's push the price higher. There's 3 A+ setups in a row. Liquidity pocket is always A+ down here. Monthly hedge always A+ here. So hoping the market stays put would be nice. Would be nice. Let me see if you're ready to roll on this. If it doesn't listen to the blowing fan today, I don't know what will. So fingers crossed. Let's see if it holds. A+ is that most days do not have monthly hedge breaks the market can sell. Losing this orange is very rapid sell-off like we had earlier today. So the bet that I have today is that we hold orange. So let's see if that happens. Now it's going to be moving around a little bit. Inside of here is still pretty safe. I'd like to see that today. Now, again, I just grabbed some contracts here just to see if we roll off of it, and we'll see. 2 is pretty heavy. 2 NASDAQ is actually pretty heavy for here. But I am betting that we do not lose this. And the fact is my confluence guy's slightly better with this orange being slightly better. Orange is my confluence for orange. So they're both set to a degree that this shouldn't be breaking. But again, market's random, it could break. I'll take a little bit of a heavier bet just in case, just to see. But yeah, that's today's day. Where's that magic whoosh? I know. Like, I'm just kind of hanging out just to see if out of the blue we get some random candle. That'd be nice, but I don't think we'll get it. I don't think we'll get it, but it would be lovely just to have the market throw us a green thank you candle instead of a red FU candle. That'd be nice. I have no desire to be over trading today or anything. Market is looking pretty solid. Let me get my flow here, looking on tick chart, watching the orders. Let's load up here. And back to here. There's a lot of liquidation pressure today. Let me double check the S&P level. S&P is still kind of trying to break into highs today. S&P is just like the darling child of today. Hopefully you pick up some midday momentum. That'd be really nice. And I hate that NASDAQ is the one that's like pulling back faster. All right, come on, get that green candles. Come on, get up here. Back on top of orange. It's fighting to not hold it, and the volatility is tightening up. Another reason I still stick to the bull side. Now, volatility, VIX is based off of SPX options and not anything related to the NASDAQ. I mean, some of the, SPX is components are also part of the NASDAQ, but the VIX has not moved today. So the market, the sector cycling has just been out of just a few sectors. And the reason the NASDAQ fell so hard because it was tech. The fact that the VIX is not moving, the market has no fear of these highs. It's sitting pretty at these highs, and it's probably going to rally from here. I'm using VIX as a gauge that the market's going to be less volatile. As VIX is in decay, VIX has to do with the Ving of the market, how wide the market moves between buyers and sellers. And if VIX is getting higher, the market is going to oscillate wider. The opposite is true if the VIX is getting lower. So moving lower on the VIX, you can see that the market is like starting to like tighten up on these Vs, especially here's an easy way to see it. It's starting to pinch towards the middle, right? It's not getting wider. So I'm betting that the market is going to be more easily able to tell if it's bearish, or I'll be more easily able to tell if it's bearish from here or not if we start breaking through, like I guess people y'all call like trend lines or whatever, but like this like volatility wedge. The market is tightening up. And so you can see it's starting to consolidate at a level, and therefore it's not volatile. If the market does break through and start selling, it's going to sell very quickly. It would indicate a real sell-off. Typically, it's hard to understand if the market's just volatile and like getting back on track or actually selling. So now with VIX being low, the market needs to pinch to a point, and wherever it breaks out is going to be a trend from here. Right now, NASDAQ is not the strongest trend. S&P is the strongest trend. So now this is where a bet is to be made, and I'm at a key pivot that we should hopefully support above. The confluence says we should support above. All my market indicators are bullish, said we should support above. So hopefully we should be good. This is all just algorithmic tracking the stocks. It's not really a big volatile sell-off. So I think today the market's going to just hold, and then speed up in the next hour or two. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. But NASDAQ is just playing nodes. Yeah, that's it. It's finding support pretty easily because the market has still been very bullish. There's volatility will be picking up if people are scared of the market. There's nobody out there trying to sell off this market. VIX is a telltale sign. So I'm taking the bull bet. You better believe it. You better believe it. Let's let her rip. And again, even when the market's non-volatile, it's easier to spot a sell-off because now if it sells, it's for real. This I didn't believe because the volatility was kind of all over the place and it was a flat market open, easy to tip the scale. But this, if it breaks to the downside, it'll be very brutal. So we're going to keep our eye on this today. You believe in me? Oh, I can't predict the stock market at all. And I know a lot of people might, think that I can because I tend to do well in trading. I tell you, I don't know this any better than any of you guys do. The direction is a gamble every time. I'm using evidence to support one way or the other, but I have no crystal ball that can predict the direction of this market. I have pivots I can play off of, and my guess is as just good as you guys. But the secret to what I do is just position sizing and managing risk. The reason I hit 2 instead of 1 is because every time we've hit this pivot, this orange line has gotten slightly better in the S&P and slightly better in the NASDAQ. The orange line is the confluence for here. More and more stocks, including Google, have picked up a gamma squeeze to the positive side. And so this is market cap weighted. As the orange line has gotten better each tap of the line, then the support's actually getting stronger. So as you see, each tap of the line, we pull back less and less hard. As the confluence is getting better, my brain tells me we're back up. And so I just use that as a strength indicator. And hopefully that works. All right. Matt's lying. He's a wizard. Well, I'm a math wizard, but I'm not a stock market wizard. Boy. All right. So again, fingers are crossed on this. So I hope we get that squeeze to the upside. But anything can happen. My finger is literally on the button to close out. If I get the big red FU candle, then I'm out of the way. I'll probably pull the plug below this red. That's my tolerance of this one. So I'm going to give it about 20 points. My normal stop is about 40, but the market is non-volatile. So I'm going to cut it shorter because that's evidence of a bigger sell-off. So I'm going to trim this one down to be a 20-point stop if I'm wrong. $800 of loss. But the R&R on the positive side is $1,600. So it's a 2-to-1 setup from here. He has a magic whoosh fan. Yeah, but don't tell anybody about my magic whoosh fan. That's my own secret sauce, okay? Not for sale. Okay. So let's make the whoosh fan bigger. Let's draw it one more time. we go. Let's see if it works. ES is boring and Q is just suicidal today. And Q has been kind of nasty, right? So waiting. So the trick to trading is just position sizing based on your confidence. My confidence is pretty high. I could be wrong though, but I know where I need to stop if I'm wrong. My confidence is pretty high, so I grabbed it with two. 2 NASDAQ contracts is about as heavy as I usually will go. 3 the heaviest, like ultra confidence with everything lining up. I'll go 3, but that's rare. Normally 2 is enough to get 2 G's per account or lose 2 G's per account. 2 is the faster moving position size. 1, you're up and down 1,000 per trade. You know, it's like you don't need a lot with NASDAQ. It does move pretty quick. If more people draw fans on your charts, will it speed up? I feel like that is the case. So if you guys have a pencil and you draw a fan on your chart, oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the most important part here. I'm so sorry about this, you guys. You have to put the word whoosh on the chart. The minute you put the word whoosh on the chart, then it should go. It did that earlier. So this is my top secret mechanism. We call it the whoosh fan. And pick up some positive gamma hedging here to give us a little bit of whooshy whoosh, and hopefully this will work. This is a true strategy. If I ever write a book on trading, it'll be called The Whooshy Whoosh of the Market. The statistical methods of trading the stock market, brought to you by Oscillating Desk Fans. What else do we got on the news today? Like I said, I'm nothing else. 30-year auction in 1 minute. Balance sheet, end of the day, daily speaking today. 30-year auction. We picked up some momentum in Treasury note futures. The 10-year had a lowering yield for the first time in a while. And so I think it's because inflation is coming down. The treasuries are becoming more of an appetizing trade for a lot of traders because we're at all-time highs. People are scared of future tariffs. And now the yields are beating out inflation. So people are starting to pick up some from treasuries again. So we're going to be watching the bond auction a little bit, see if that comes up with any kind of noise. I don't know if it's going to really affect the market. The 30-year isn't such a big gauge of, like a lot of people look at the medium, the shorter terms, like the 2-year and 10-year are very important because usually people that rush out of the stock market rush in the 2-year and the 10-year. It's kind of like more common. And here's where I can just decide to trim out if we're losing that to lower lows. Bump, 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 bump. Fingers on the button. I can close out. I'd like to see consolidation go higher. Fan, push higher. Let me put it right on the edge of the fan and see if that works. Maybe if I draw the fan upside down, it'll blow it because it seems to be doing the opposite. Hang in there. Whoosh. Whoosh. Special guest, what? Hold on a second. Okay. So obviously what I don't expect for the fan, while the market's here, hopefully the whoosh fan blows things up. I don't want to see the market drop from here. On my screen, if where that fan is and the market drops from here at that point on my screen that I'm showing you, just, I got my stop loss ready over here in case it drops. It could drop any moment now. But hopefully we hold this level. Yeah. This is my A+ setup. How many accounts would I get into? I usually would hit it in most of my accounts from the same spot here. Yeah. See, watch. Whoosh. I'll sell you guys each a whoosh fan for $49.99 per month per person. Super secret magic sauce that only Matt the Guru can give you. The magic whoosh fan. Here's the trick. For $5,000, you draw a fan on your chart, and the market listens. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't ever pay $5,000 for trading education. Most of what you can learn is for free on YouTube. This channel, my channel, we teach for free. Don't go be paying $5,000 for some guru mentorship. Unless they show you their stats. Don't learn from anybody unless they show you their trading stats. Real doll hairs. You find you're in. I would be. It's the whoosh fan technique is unbeatable. 50% of the time. 50% of the time, it works every time. Oops, I deleted the fan. Oh no, the market started falling. Put the fan back on. Get back on there. Whew, I saved it. Okay. All right. So I hope the market doesn't drop right now where we are. But if the whoosh fan can keep it going higher and it doesn't drop, I'll be happy. Flat reaction on bonds so far. Let's see if the data came through. The actual yields came in at 2.3 from previous 2.4. So yields are down in the 30-year, just like they were down in the 10. That's kind of nice. Obviously, bonds are picking up a little bit of demand here just because inflation's coming down. The yields are coming down because the demand is going up. When the yields are competitive enough, people will jump in and buy the bonds. Come on, whoosh fan, let's go. $25 codes look like they were dropped. Very cool, very cool. Guys, it's like a speed race. You've got 1,000 people trying to jump in for 25 codes. It's who can get in first. That's it. When you say, it didn't work, it's because you didn't get in fast enough. Don't be surprised. Don't complain. Congrats to the winners. Congrats to the winners. All right. Somebody said it didn't work. How do you know it didn't work? Did anybody get it to work? Well, it could be possible that there's a typo on the code drop. Did it work for anybody? Did one person get it? That's all we need to know. Then we'll get back on topic. It worked. You got it? Okay. You got it. There you go. All right. See, you guys just aren't fast enough. It's a speed game. Got that need for speed, y'all. If it didn't work for you guys because you didn't get in fast enough, how's this hard to understand? We love you guys, but you guys, it's a race. It's a race. You got to get in fast enough. Why is this blinking? Oh. Did I call you on accident? Oh, my bad. Hey, I got IDOC on the phone, you guys. I'm live on MyFunded. Sorry. I don't know what happened. My phone charger started blinking blue and green. And then I put my phone back up on the charger. And then I heard a faint voice of a girl. And I'm looking all around my room like, where's this voice coming from? I thought I must have accidentally played a video on YouTube on my phone, but apparently I might have called you on accident. Say hi to, hold on. I'll put you live. Say hi to MyFunded.
Hi, MyFunded. Hey, everybody. Hope you're having a good trading day. And are you saying that you didn't miss me enough to accidentally call me? You're gonna blame it on your gut?
I mean, I called you on purpose because I missed you. We all missed you, didn't we? Didn't we all miss iDoc? All of us did. Yeah.
That's the right answer.
Chat is throwing you love everywhere right now. Everyone.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. I'm fixing your dryer right now. I'm being the man of the house right now.
Cool. All right. Have fun. I'll talk to you later.
You too. Bye,
Goodbye.
guys.
Thanks for covering for me. All right. That really was like, I literally heard, I was like, because I heard what happened was, I don't know how I accidentally dialed her, but my Bluetooth, my phone dock was blinking really weird, like it was trying to dock. And then I must have accidentally pushed something as it fell. All right. Come on, Whoosh fan. Can we not get some movement here? Monthly res got even better, which is good. Hopefully this is just a fake out. Let me clean up the chart here so you guys see what I'm doing. iDoc, www. What's her Twitch? Oh yeah, let me give you her Twitch. She's a Twitch streamer, by the way. She'll be streaming later today too. And usually at the end of like a trading day, a lot of us just go over there and hang out and hang out with her and chit chat. And most of the traders are always in there. Yeah, this is her Twitch channel. If you guys all type in chat a couple times, here it is. That's the iDoc. She's moderator over here at MyFundedTV as well, but also a Twitch streamer on her own. She's an actual eye doctor and really nice stream that she has. And they just get around and they talk about whatever, just chatting and hanging out. Okay, markets. Monthly res got slightly better as it's trying to push. So hopefully we hold. Hopefully we hold here. I don't like that it's consolidating and not picking up momentum. Let me double check the S&P. S&P again breaking the highs. I almost wish I was trading S&P today. That was the easier one. But sometimes you just pick your wrong one. Out the door, NASDAQ looked just as bad as S&P. So I was hoping that it would move faster after the dip, like the S&P would like top out and NASDAQ would pick up some steam. But we're waiting on that. So there you go, guys. If y'all want to give her a follow on Twitch, that's her Twitch stream. And a lot of times it's like me and her hanging out. At the end of the day, we'll be cooking or like playing video games or whatever. But it's a cool hangout. If you guys want to hang out with me, if y'all, maybe you don't, I know I'm kind of a loser, but if y'all want to hang out with me for fun, at the end of the day, that's where we usually hang out. We're just chilling. We like talk. We'll play games together. We'll hang out with you guys and chat. Non-trading stuff. It's just like normal hangouts. We have fun. Always left on the stream about 20 minutes, give or take. And then I'll be streaming live on my channel. Her background is cooler than mine. I know. Her camera is also better than mine too. What games do we play? It depends. These days, we haven't been playing much other than It Takes Two. We've been trying to play that on our Switch. We just got a Switch 2, which is kind of cool. So we were playing Mario Kart the other day. This last month or so, we haven't really done much gaming. We've been more like remodeling the house and doing stuff. We just got a movie theater stuff, big TV, speakers, all that installed. So that's been like our last. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, you guys. All right. Ooh, picking up a little steam here. Hang in there. I always make money when I'm not paying attention. Oh. No, unfortunately, on top of everything that I do, streaming, trading, I also have to run, Rocket Scooter and Rocket Place, the two companies I run. So I always have business stuff. It's like all day, I'm streaming all day. So we have to do like businessy stuff all the time too. This is just a weird look. I don't know if I like this anymore. While the confluence is still pretty good, let me maybe trim my position down. It just feels weird at this point. If I don't get a big bump on this, I'm probably going to close out. All right. Excelente, excelente. Can we get some movement today on this market? I've been watching consolidate for the last hour since I took this trade earlier. Took profit on this, been waiting, jump back in. I'm liking what I see, but man, it is not moving from here. And we'll check S&P on this one. There's just not any buying on the Nasdaq side. Everything's flat, choppy flat, Apple choppy flat, Amazon, a little bit of resistance, slightly higher, Microsoft flat, Meta flat. Come on, people. Y'all want to buy this amazing stock at a deal? Every time we're getting that push, the market's just getting a little bit of selling. Hang in there. All right, this could be the one. Turning on the button again. When's the last time I got a payout? Yesterday? Or two days ago. 2 days ago. I showed my payouts. Somebody asked on stream. I showed my payouts yesterday for the total for the month. I've gotten like 20 something thousand. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can look really quick. Let me log in. I'll show you guys my total payouts for the month. All right. It's kind of crazy because like I do morning stream, afternoon stream, this show, and then, but throughout the day, I've got like all the employees and all the developers and everything. We got all kind of millions of business things we got to do, businessy stuff. Business happens as part of the day. So I'm sorry for the interruption. I was important stuff we had to get done for today. All right. Let me see what mine would. So I'm gonna so yeah, I took a payout yesterday or 2 days ago, and so I got it yesterday, or took it 2 days ago in the evening. So sometime overnight or before the day, I'm sure it hit my account. So my total payout for July so far is, and the July is only what, 10 days in. So this is my total for July. So I've taken out 20,374. That's my total haul of payouts for July so far. That's not bad. It's going to turn into, I extrapolate that, could be 60K for the month. Now I'm saying that that's going to be the same, but it's been a good July so far. 20K in the first 10 days. Not bad. That's payouts. So, yeah. No, that's all prop related. That's all money from prop firms. Thank you. It's been a good month. Yeah. Yeah. You see me, these trades, these like 5K and 10K days, they're actually real and payout accounts. They're not, they're, you know, you have consistency to fight and it takes time to get the payout, but every so often I'll hit the right conditions, consistency's there, profit targets there, get the payout. Let's go. Yeah, so that's it. All right, let's go. Let's hang in there. Come on, baby. Let's go. Hedge pressure. Let's hang in there. It's just like jumping up and down, minus 400, up 400, minus 200, up 200, minus 200, up 200. What's up, Denny? What's up, dude? All right, we are waiting. We got 10 more minutes left on the show. Hopefully we hang in here and hold this target. Should be doing good. What's up, Denny? Yeah, so today was just a kind of an exercise in position management. So it was a kind of a fun day. I got to do a lot, which is kind of nice. The market was a little challenging, but I did get to work my way out of position. Man, it is just like rock solid hitting this resistance right here. I don't know what's going on exactly at that level. It's like kind of a meaningless level here, but S&P still pressing the higher highs. Nasdaq is just literally glued to this level. Let's see if that lines up with the strike distance. No, it's 5. Yeah, so 595 is that QQQ strike distance that's holding. So that option strike is just right here, which was creating a little bit of pressure in general. I just got a weird feeling about this. So sometimes trading day just becomes boring when you just watch things happen. Let's get that break. Tomorrow is Freaky Friday. Let's go. Come on. Push. Push. Push higher. Am I ready to trade the high update? No, I want to. My goal was to take it all the way to this blue line right here. This is the next target. With this white line resilience being greater than 0 on S&P, but not on NASDAQ. NASDAQ is likely to have resistance from here. Best case scenario, I can probably trade it to right about that 23,040, 050 level. Yeah. Why is it not picking up any steam? Like the idea that it's not actually moving is kind of freaking me out. Come on, market. Whoosh. Yeah, if it picks up direction, it'd be kind of a nice move. There we go. There we go with the whoosh. All right. Now the question is, should I be greedy on this and just hang on to it? Let's get that pop. Get that pop. Come on. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Crazy day. Now, the funny thing is that I know it sounds weird, but that just broke resistance. This can easily start selling from here too. I have my hesitations about the fact that this 555 level on Qs was not providing a lot of wind for this trade. Let me close these down. These are all in better profit now. Exit, exit, exit. Good, exit, good. Ooh, this is turning into a 15K day. As we do on the stream every single time we make big money. We shoot the gun, the money gun. You know what though? Like I said, I am not going to hold on to a lot of risk on this one, but let me go ahead. I did have it with 2. Let me just go back to 1 and let it ride. I don't want to play the volatility chop with 2 all day. I'm cool with 1. I'm cool with letting it ride. And I'm okay with that. As a matter of fact, I have my hesitations about this day. I'm going to close out of everything. Even though everything does look good, I don't know. I don't think that it's picking up a lot of steam today. And as much as I should take the A+ setup, by the way, it's bad luck to have money on the floor. I do have to go in a little bit, but I will watch for bettering conditions and see you later. But maybe I should hold 1. That's like really what I should be holding. Maybe I should hold on to my 1. Let me just have 1. I do want 1. Okay. I will hold the runner. I have no reason not to be afraid of this, but I have locked in a pretty sizable profit today. So I am up 11, 12, 13, 14, 9, 15, 16, 17,200. I was down 6,000 at the start of the day. Wow. I jumped in after the trade. I convinced myself to not get in it because I'm about to transition over to my show, but I'll hold the runner for the day. I don't need to wuss out. I feel fine about this. I'm fine. I'm fine. Well, hey, I haven't. All right, you guys are making the show amazing. Thanks for tuning in, though. We really had a good time here today. I'm about to head back over to my stream. We've had fun today. Didn't we? Nice, crazy day. Now, again, I'm just going to hang on to 1 contract instead of 2. Feels all right. This will be an all-day play. If it does fall to here, I'll grab a second one and do the same trade all over again. Hopefully, by the end of the day, we end up in here, but we shall see. And that's it. But thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for coming to MyFunded TV. As always, thanks to the morning stream. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to everybody running this. And thanks to MyFundedFutures for all the generosity and obviously giveaway accounts. We love you guys. I will be live. My stream is up and running, ready to go. I usually stream afternoons on my own channel. You guys can watch the final saga here. Maybe I could turn this into a 20K day. We shall see. There's my link, and we'll see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Matt. Thank you for coming to Lunch Money, and we'll see y'all tomorrow or come to my stream. I typed it in chat. I'm out. See y'all later. Bye.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wit got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.